Hi there, my name is Fix Fox. Welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. Folks, very excited to come to you here today with another playthrough from this Olden Era game. I'm very excited for all the wonderful people that are here now and for all the people that will catch us later. Olden Era, though it is still pre-early access, there's still an awful lot to discover and to learn and to develop, and I really appreciate, again, all the comments from so many wonderful people on Twitch, on YouTube later, as we discover this great game. Chat is filling up nicely. We got Star, Bearded Man, Pixo, Jason Dodge, Chris, and Winnie Morrow. By the way, if I didn't say Winnie Morrow already, Winnie Morrow, congrats on hitting 1K on YouTube. You are the man. Winnie Morrow was one of the very first people in my YouTube journey that reached out and was very, very nice to me, helping me get some tips and tricks. And so I love and appreciate Winnie Morrow. Go check him out on YouTube and here on Twitch. He's a fantastic individual, I must say so myself. So folks, we're going to go back in time. We're going to go back into this classic mode, and we're sticking with FairNSquare. I've now lost FairNSquare twice, and I've realized that it comes down to a matter of being thoughtful and strategic. I hate to say it, but a lot of games I like to play, I just learn my way through. I fail forward. I say, well, I'm still learning, and I will learn more as I play, and I don't put a lot of like pre-game thought into it because I just figure it out. In this case, I've actually taken some time to dedicate to learning FairNSquare and realizing what I need to do to be successful. And the biggest struggle I've realized is that I struggle with clearing the map and I struggle with economy. So in FairNSquare, we're gonna go with Temple Faction, and we're gonna go straight up with Clarissa. Now, why is this important? Clarissa is the economy hero, additional gold early on, and she starts off with basic economy as her secondary skill. And so with the extra 500 gold there, she's tons and tons of gold, which is great. But most importantly, if you get basic economy up to expert economy, you can choose to get +5 alchemical dust per day. And if I can get Clarissa to get a couple of levels early on, if I can get her up to expert economy, I'm going to be having a really good time getting my Austringers to do oodles of damage. So folks, with no further ado, let's make sure that this is on apocalyptic 200% difficulty. Let's just dive right in. Yep, congrats to you, Winnie Morrow. Absolutely, woohoo, absolutely. McLaulet's in the chat as well. Hello, McLaulet, nice to have you here. Ayo, you are indeed early, and we are pleased for it. McFall's here as well. Olden Era today, looking forward to it. Great, wonderful. And Steeson, Horse Game 8, yes sir. Horse Game 8, what a good way of putting it. Pixo says, Clarissa has an incredible swag and a lot of money. Amazing hero. Good, I'm glad I'm not the only person. I know that some people, it's not flashy to have a bunch of gold, but strategically, it offers you a lot of opportunity. So I love it, I love it, I love it. By the way, Bearded Man says, finally, some Rangel action. Yep, that was from one of our previous playthroughs. The Rangel action is gonna be always a very important thing. So thanks for everybody for being here. Let's continue on and just see where we're at. So it's going to be Clarissa here, starting right off. And yes, again, basic Ascension, basic economy. It's going to be 16 of the Swordsmen. It's going to be 10 of the Crossbowmen, 5 of the Griffins. We're going to be using these to great effect. She is a cleric, so she's going to kind of lean into the spell casting more so than the might. I don't know so much if she's going to be a primary hero. If all she is a gold mine, if all it is that she gives me gold and resources, she's going to be worthwhile. I think that my strategy is thus. With the ability to hire up to 2 heroes currently until we get our 3rd castle, I'm immediately going to go into my other castle's tavern, and we're going to figure out who our main hero is. We're going to leave it to chance, and it's going to be Lord Edgar. Could we have asked for a better hero? I think that Lord Edgar is S tier. I think that this guy is absolutely amazing. He's got the special ability where he's going to be able to get additional attack and defense for his creatures, based off of his attack and defense scaling. So as he scales up, his creatures are going to scale up even better, even more. This is pretty exciting. Let's see, we got a new follow. Meganese Floors, nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to have you here playing some Olden Era. And Star agrees. Edgar is amazing. Good. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thinks that. So that does cost 25 of our gold that we have, 2,500. We only start off with 2,500, but we have this opportunity. I have 2 heroes now that can kind of wander the adventure map. I am going to keep these forces on Clarissa. She's going to take experience until she gets up to expert economy, and otherwise I'm going to try and have her get enough gold so that we can have Edgar leave with some actual forces. And this goblin cash is immediately going to help. How much gold? 1,500. Not too bad. Not too bad. 600 gold there from that treasure chest. It'll be 500 experience we take now. Even though it's such a small amount, I'm still going to take that at the moment. Another 500 experience. And folks, already it's happening. Advanced economy plus 1,000 gold per day. Tax collector, smuggler, master builder. We're going to go for this master builder. +1 ore and wood per day. It's super nice. Super nice because in this template, your sawmills and your ore mines are guarded quite heavily. This might be the difference between us winning and losing early on. Oh, and by the way, we also have Amy in the chat. Hello, Amy. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. Season asks, don't have time to try it out, but have an awesome guy like you watch it. Perfect. I'm glad that as you're doing dishes, that I get to be there to help make your dishes a little bit better for you. How about that? And 2026 is going to be the official release date sometime there, Chris. We'll be excited for that in the future. Folks, we've got a really awesome opportunity here. Gingerbread House, once per week, you get your choice of valuable resources. This is going to be pretty amazing. This is going to give us the flexibility where if we need to buy some spells, we can do that. This is going to give us the opportunity where if we are going to be short on gems for our Rangels, you see, we're going to get an opportunity there. I'm going to immediately choose the gems straight up because I don't know if this is going to be the most important or most difficult resource for me to find, but for now I'm going to assume that it might be a little bit tough. We're going to pick up 900 gold rather than go up the road here. I do want these 2 treasure chests, and I do want this experience from the Learning Stone. It's not going to be a day 1 expert economy, but so far so good. We're up to 4,500 gold because Clarissa just picks up gold like nobody's business. McFall says, did you get used to recognizing different map objects in the game? I am getting better. I am getting better all the time. I've decided that while in some ways I'm going to try to purposefully and decidedly improve my gameplay by strategizing and thinking very, very hard, recognizing the game, I don't necessarily want to have to study Olden Era, although maybe I ought to. Maybe I ought to study it a bit more. But for now, I'm just going to kind of carry on with what we currently have. And just get better all the time. Experience is the best teacher. How about that? Okay. Very interesting to note, folks. This traveling circus, if we visit this right now, we will go up from advanced ascension up to expert ascension. I don't know if I want that. Expert ascension is really not bad. I just don't know if I want that. I'm going to pick up the +1 defense from the summit automaton. There's a goblin cache here. I do want to grab that. And usually I like to go along the roads, but because the traveling circus is right here, tell you what, let's just pick up the +1 to our ascension. This is going to be expert ascension, so each time a friendly stack dies, everybody else gets additional hit points. That's going to be very, very useful. The plan is to go early on for Austringers, and so if your swordsmen and other tanky upfront units can take a bunch of damage, we're going to be having a really good time. Cling to Life or Sun's Blessing. When Ascension is triggered, stacks fully restore their HP. I feel like this is really, really good for Angels and for Mother Superiors and such like that, but I don't know if this is as good in the early game. Cling to Life is interesting because you get some additional forces will last to the end of the battle. There's some real value about that because if for no other reason than the fact that they can attack an enemy and take a retaliation, I tend to like Cling to Life, but I almost wonder if it's a little bit too gimmicky. I almost wonder if it's a little bit too gimmicky. So for now, I'm going to go with Sun's Blessing. It's going to be an investment in the later game, but I do plan on getting into Mother Superiors and Rangers, Angels, Rangels in the future. So that's my plan. Chris says I'm not playing this too much and I don't want it spoiled or burned out by the time for the release. That's a good strategy. That is a good strategy, and I like the strategy. In a strategy game, does it not make sense that we ought to use our heads in such a manner? That's the way I feel about it. Okay, a little bit of wood, a little bit of gold. Gold storage. That's very interesting. It is guarded by temple griffins. Oh gosh, it's guarded by all the griffins. All the griffins. I don't know if we're going to do that. We're going to stay away from that fight, I think. But we do have to make a decision, folks. We have to figure out where we're going to be for our main castle. It feels to me like this castle is a little bit more, I don't know, it's on the border of another zone. And that makes me think it might have a little bit of extra enemies trying to pour through it. But then again, over here, there is the portal, meaning that this castle might be a little bit more easier to attack with a ninja sneaky surprise. So I'm really not sure which castle would be best for me to just start upgrading from. They are alike in dignity either way. Meridia and Mere Haven. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Tell you what, for now, I'm going to go with Meridia because I think that as a forward command, that actually might be pretty useful. In this template, we don't go for Solar Temple 3s, but we do go for Solar Temple 2s. We don't have enough wood to do the same on the other side. Well, let's just check any other purchases we can make. The answer is no. And so with that, folks, we're going to move on to a new day. Great. That's the end of month 1, week 1, day 1. Weird Man says, do you think Olden Era has the potential to become your new favorite Heroes of Might and Magic game? I think it absolutely has the potential. I don't think you folks understand how much I love Heroes of Might and Magic 2. It's not that I don't think Olden Era is going to be great or could be my favorite. I think that when it comes down to it, though, I just love Heroes of Might and Magic 2 so very much. so very, very much. Tough to say. We will see. But I think that it will qualify for many people as their favorite game. We'll have to wait and see. Pixo with the subscription. To Pixo, thank you so very, very much for the kind words. Kudos to one of the best streamers in the world. Hey, Pixo, you are the man. And remember, to everybody, including you, that these streams only go well because all of you make these streams go well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the energy. The pleasure is always mine. Folks, this is going to be critically important. We have Mews. 1, 2, 3. This one guarded by the Minotaurs and the Dancers. Probably not very likely anytime soon. But I mean, these forces here, we can definitely defeat some swordsmen right now. I think that even though that this fight might be a little tough, I think we're gonna fight that fight. There's a raiders camp, gives gold, possibly other valuable artifacts. I believe that this is going to be the weird gorilla-looking creatures and the halflings. We definitely don't want any part of them. But should we fight this fight? I think that we can do this, folks. With the advanced ascension, I'm just going to plan on making this fight work. For some additional crossbowmen, I think that this is going to be worth our time. It says it's a victory. Let's not even look to see what the auto combat thinks is going to happen. Let's just fight this fight. Let's do a bunch of skips and then go from there. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. McFall says portals are interesting in the game, having defenders that you need to defeat to cross. And if you don't recognize, that they're there and that they're going to cause you some grief, you're at a bad time. For the first little bit, I kept clicking on the creatures on the portals, not realizing that I had to defeat guardians, because in other Heroes games you just don't have to. Then I got to this point where I realized, oh wait a second, hold on a second. This is a bit of a problem, and now I know better. Now I know I need to do a bit better in managing my forces and keeping them behind, not being so impetuous, just waiting. Okay, I've made a bit of an error here, clearly. If I'm going to move forward, I'm going to take damage from at least this stack of swordsmen. This is kind of good on the one hand, because I'm going to get this ascension bonus once the crossbowmen take some damage. On the other hand, this is kind of bad because I'm going to have to take the damage from the Sun's Aegis rather than have my swordsmen go out and attack. I should have had these crossbowmen back. That's okay. Let's just move up. And let's just hit the wait button. We don't have battlecraft, and so defending is not going to be particularly useful for me. I'm going to wait. There goes my 30% ascension bonus. So now all my forces have an additional 30% max HP. We are up to this heroic strike ability. This is going to be our bread and butter because our ranged crossbowmen can't do as much damage to these Sun's Aegis. I am going to assume that 28 swordsmen are not going to kill that full stack. So let's help out just a tiny bit. And then I could either do the Aegis ability, so negative 30% ranged damage to this troop and to all ranged creatures, or rather adjacent creatures. Or here, for the ranged defense, I don't think it really matters to me which stack I attack at the moment, except that these guys have got 15 HP each. These ones have 12, 4 defense versus 7 defense. I am better off. I'll get more bang for my buck if I attack these footmen over here. And I'm going to actually, rather than attack with this, let's see. You know, I could do this. I will attack with this crossbowman, so that'll take the retaliation off of this big stack of the Aegis. And then I'm going to try and position my other forces in a manner where they can kind of get into the way. I don't want them to get immediately attacked, but I do want them to get into the way. So I'm going to attack here. Yeah. And then we're going to attack right here. Yeah. So we're trying to kind of move up into this area. Not sure how effective I'm going to be at that, but in the next turn, I think that these Sun's Aegis are not going to reach here, but they are going to be able to reach the crossbowmen in just a second. So let's kill 4 to 6. We kill 4, low end of damage. Doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel great. And then both Aegis are going to get to go. The Aegis are not going to be able to reach the crossbowmen this turn. I think that we just wait rather than attack. If I move down, actually, if I attack now, they won't be able to reach, will they? 3 speed? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're not going to be able to reach anyway. So let's tack down, and then we'll figure out what to do with these guys in just a moment or so. Let's pop a heroic strike. Get out of my game. 2 to 4. We kill 4. High end of damage. Feels great. Feels great. And then we will retaliate with full damage against the Aegis. Look at that. 18 Aegis. They just killed 1 swordsman. Do you think that the value of Ascension is pretty high or not? That is good stuff. I am okay with that. Based off of turn order, we know that their 26 swordsmen are about to go. I kind of want to get the first shot off on them. I'm sure that they're going to want to attack the crossbowmen if I give them the chance. I'm just going to go try and mitigate losses on my crossbowman stack. That's going to be the most valuable stack moving forward and clearing out the map. No, they didn't. That's crazy. Maybe it's because the AI recognizes that the range defense is going to make these stacks not nearly so lethal. As it stands, though, I mean, I'm killing 5 to 7. That feels pretty lethal to me. And you had the opportunity to prevent me from doing full damage. I don't know. I don't think I would have gone that direction, but that's just me. I'm gonna leave this one crossbowman right here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna defend with them. The Griffin's gonna take a step back. Yeah, we're gonna take a step back. We'll attack 2 to 4 in this way. We're not gonna be able to prevent Aegis from getting into the crossbowmen, and they do take that first swipe. It's gonna be 2 crossmen going down. 3 to 4 here. Okay, down to 8. 13 swordsmen are not gonna get all the way around. That's okay for me. We did lose, by the way. We've lost our Ascension bonus. It only lasts for a short amount of time, so it's good, but it does not last forever. I'm even going to attack this group of 8. I get it back for this turn and a little bit of next. That'll be fine for me. That'll be fine for me. Okay, yeah, because it'll last for this turn and next turn. That does feel fairly valuable. One more of the Sun's Aegis going down, and I'm just going to straight up attack with my crossbowmen. There's no sense in trying to evade these Sun's Aegis. 3 to 5. 3 are down. Big stack of 20. We kill 4 to 6 with only 3 swordsmen left, folks. This fight is over. And by sacrificing that one crossbowman there, we ensured that we weren't going to lose another one there. So what do we think about the losses? That looks like 4 or 5 crossbowmen and 11 swordsmen for this group here. Doesn't feel great, right? Maybe we could have done better in some ways. I don't know how at the moment. I think that my early game positioning should have been better. I should have had the crossbowmen back 1 step. That would have helped out a lot, actually. But the prize is absolutely worth it. 12 of these crossbowmen. We got the gold for it. We got the opportunities. Let's take that. And then because I see the straw hat down here and a little bit of knowledge goes a long way for a might-based hero, we're going to go for the straw hat for the +1 knowledge. Star says, here's Might Magic 2, has the irreplaceable nostalgia factor and the charming art style. You know what? I think you gotta recognize that. I've got to remember that, and you've got to recognize that. We have to understand that the older games are always going to get a lot of love for us because we have such good vibes and such good feelings for them. Let's just make some new good vibes with this new Olden Era game. I like the way you think. I like the way you think. Expert economy, folks, we did it. Here in day 2, we're going to be picking up plus 1,500 gold daily. And rather than go for merchant, which will allow you to act as an additional marketplace, we are going to get this experimenter bonus plus 5 alchemical dust daily. Folks, in 4 days, we're going to upgrade our Mews, and we're going to get the double shot with the Austringers, and we are going to clear this map like nobody's business. This is the strategy with picking Clarissa. Other heroes, you can't guarantee the opportunity to get economy so early. You can't guarantee the opportunity to get alchemical dust in any meaningful amount, but 5 alchemical dust per day, that's going to go a long way. It's going to go a long way. At this point, I don't think I need any more experience on Clarissa. I think that she's fine. So if I pick up these treasure chests, I'm just going to be taking the gold. Really, I think that her job now is to get these forces down to Edgar, so she can do a bit of a resupply. Maybe she picks up a little bit of gold here, a little bit of gold there. I will send her back just to grab all the forces left over in Mirror Haven. And yeah, I think that we are off to a good start. We're off to a good start. The Pixel says it's not comparable to any game in the series. What a good point. So Olden Era, in and of itself, it kind of stands on its own because as much of the strategy and theming that it takes from other games, it definitely is more or less its own game. So that's a good way of looking at it. I do appreciate that. Decent says, how is the halfling death sound in this game compared to F-Heroes 2? We're gonna have to wait and find out. I know that Ross from Kelvin's Coin, he does an excellent halfling dying impression. I don't think that I quite have his talent as a voice actor. So even if I knew what it sounded like, I don't think I could give you a good, adequate explanation, unfortunately. Okay, we've decided that we are more or less going to be building up this other castle as our primary. Let's go for the walls right now. We've got the 5-4, and now walls 1 doesn't actually help you a bunch, but walls 2 does. Walls 1 gives you access into the treasury. I suppose maybe I should just wait. Maybe I should go for the bank first. 1,000 gold per day extra. Maybe I should go for that. Week one, it's good to get griffins. It's good to get into your hippodrome. I don't think we're going to have enough wood to get the hippodrome. Sundrop Chapel, that's very possible. I'm going to go for the bank. Even with Clarissa, let me think about this. 4,700 gold currently. Yeah, you're going to want the bank. Later on, when you run out of gold, you're going to wish that you had an extra 1,000 gold per day. So that pretty much bankrupts us. Bankrupts us. And now I almost wonder if the skyship is a good idea. For 2,500 gold, it's a short-term, one-time investment. It'll give us kind of what the tower faction has with their lookout tower in the early game. Now we can see in a huge radius around this castle. we can see that through the Mantis Reavers, there is Featherfall. There is this territory over here. Looks like, yeah, Griffins, Mews. There's our Sawmill. Really, it gives us access into this area. 1, 2 more Mews, another Griffin, one-time cavalry upgrade, garrison for swordsmen. Okay, there's a lot going on in this scenario, but I do think that the vision is actually pretty useful. Every Heroes Might and Magic game is an information game, so I do appreciate the information. So with that, folks, we are on to day 3. McFall says Ascension is great for the early game, but not so much for the later game. Even for like, I mean, I'm thinking about like a Mother Superior with 175 hit points, plus 30% of that. I mean, that is, what, that's an extra 50 hit points, 40 hit points? That feels pretty good. But I think that in the late game, I mean, the Temple faction feels like they're closer to Tower because they got so many ranged creatures. Tower from Heroes 3. But, you know, I don't know. I'm still figuring out how best to use it. How about that? That's really my thing. I'm still figuring out the best way that I can use the late game Temple faction. Okay. Rather than going for Solar Temple 3, we're just going to go for Solar Temple 2 in the other castle. And again, it's because I think that in this template, you're only limited to being able to get 1 faction law point per day, no matter how much you fight and things like that. So the upgraded, what's the building called? The upgraded Solar Temple, it mostly just gives you faction law points. It's not really for gold and economy. It's much more for the other opportunities. So in that case, with that in mind, we're not gonna focus on that too much. Let's grab the gold here over the experience. We definitely needed that 6 ore. I suppose I should wait on this traveling circus. There's going to be other learning stones. Let's see if we can pick up another secondary skill. I just don't think that Ascension is going to be as good for Clarissa, given that she is definitely a secondary hero. Filth Riders, don't want any part of them. Don't want any part of these infiltrators and dancers. I do want a part of these troglodytes and these infiltrators, but only after I get another 15 alchemical dust. So let's kind of head back in this direction. Even this force feels like a little too much. Maybe not. Maybe not. We did just pick up 12 crossbowmen, so tell you what, let's do it like this. We are going to fight this fight because the early crossbowmen are always going to be useful. Says we're going to win. I think we're going to do A-okay. And Chris says, be right back. Time to cook your dinner. Good, good. Go for it. Star says, do you prefer the double shot to Marksman's ranged penalty removal? I was having a thought the other day. So the Marksmen do full damage at range regardless. And the Austringers will do 50% damage twice. The top damage drop-off over range is up to 50% anyway. So basically, they both do full damage at range. Pretty much. But then the Austringers, as people get closer, they can do even more damage. Like, am I not good at math? Like, does that... Because originally I thought, oh, Marksmen are my favorite. But then I've gotten to the point where I'm like, actually, when I think about the practicality of it, 2 shots at 50% reduced damage is still basically 100% damage, right? Unless math is hard for me. Let me know. Let me know. I am open to the fact that maybe I might not be good at math. Roman, hello, Roman. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And Vammy says, I don't expect Olden Era to change the preferences of older players. Are you calling me old? Yes, I am. I'm good. Kid the other day was like, hey, you're getting gray in your beard. I'm like, thanks. I appreciate that. It's distinguished. We are distinguished Heroes of Might and Magic players. What I wish for is that it creates a new generation of players that grows as fond of Olden Era as we grew of the older games. What a great growth mindset. Vammy, that is a lovely feeling and lovely thought. I love that. Yeah, let's help other people enjoy the Heroes of Might and Magic franchise like we love it. Maybe that's the best way that real true players can enjoy any game, is that we can enjoy bringing other people into something that we enjoy. I love that. That is lovely. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's do that. Season says, how's the Archangel's sword swing animation? In Heroes 3, you could feel that sword swing and the damage that followed. Then in Heroes 5 and 7, they just kind of sting the enemies with no muscle behind it. I mean, let's see. Mostly, I mean, since they're at range, they're pretty good at just doing range damage. But, I don't know. Pretty good question. Good question. I don't have an answer for you. We'll tell you what, let's get to Angels and then we'll talk about it. Let's do that. We'll get to Angels and then we'll discuss it. We lost a Griffin there. That feels pretty bad. But because these creatures have come so close to us, that gives me an opportunity to go melee range and get my 30% health bonus right there. Perfect. Good, good. And hey, we even made good use of our Ascension expert secondary ability where the Griffins healed up to full. Very cool. Very nice. I know that we got these 8 to 14 whites here. I know that they're not really in range. I'm going to blast them anyway, because I think I can use heroic strikes and some other forces. I think that the swordsman can get into here. In fact, I might need to start... I'm going to wait on my heroic strike. I might need to just start focusing on the skeletons, because I think that the swordsman and the griffins can handle this one stack here. Yeah, I think we can handle this. 6 to 9. Okay, well, let's kill 5 here. 6 to 9. Hope we're top into damage. We killed 7. Not bad. Not bad. And then we'll just move the griffins out of the way. We'll move the swordsman out of the way. Continue to heroic strike. And the skeletons are going to be a day late and $1 short. Backing off with our creatures here. Good, good, good. Our troops are very impetuous. They want the sounds of battle. They want to be the very best that they can be. They want to be all that they can be. And sometimes it's my job as a commander to just say, slow down, buddy. It's going to be okay. You don't got anything to prove here. You're good just the way you are. And this is that opportunity. I'm going to wait. I think that, yeah, 13 skeletons go down with the crossbowmen. Big stack of crossbowmen solves pretty much all of your problems. 1 and 1, that feels perfect. Losses are great. And Expert Ascension for... Oh, Sun's Blessing was actually a tier 2 ability. Oh, whoops, my bad. So now we are up to Expert Ascension. Fields of... Really? Wait, what? Were we already at Expert Ascension? Am I going crazy? I might be going crazy. Okay, we're going crazy. Fields of Serenity, Temple... No, he was already... Hold on. Edgar starts at Advanced Ascension because he has no secondary subskill. And then we've already leveled up once over there, didn't we? Didn't we go to the Traveling Circus and level this up? Am I going crazy? I might be going crazy. I might be going crazy. Okay, so be it. I am going crazy. Sorry, everybody. Fields of Serenity. Temple creatures deal 10% bonus damage and take negative 10% damage on native terrain. Really good for clearing out in the early game. Vengeance. While Vengeance is active, friendly creatures deal additional damage. You know, if you really want to lean into your single stacks and sacrificing them, this kind of does what Fields of Serenity does, but worse, even though it's stackable. And then Purging Touch grants a new ability, removing all negative effects from the target. We're going to just focus on clearing out the early game and just do that. We're going to go for basic logistics. I don't even care about basic battle magic for a knight. I don't care about basic resistance as much. They got some really nice secondary skills, some nice sub skills with basic resistance, and going up against an enemy spellcaster, you want this. I'm going to go for the logistics. It's just too good. 10% bonus movement points on the battle map, and rather the adventure map, is impossibly good. No ifs, ands, or buts. No questions. No questions from me anyway. We're gonna go in this direction, but back in this way, so that way maybe Clarissa can reach us in a couple of days. We will see. We will see. Okay. And with no other purchases to make, we did pick up a little bit of resources. Should we get the walls? Should we get the griffins? Tell you what, let's just go for the griffins. I think that we're gonna get enough griffins. I think we can get a griffin dwelling this week, and so if we get some griffins now, we'll be feeling better off. What's the opportunity cost? The opportunity cost is that right now we're only getting 1 wood and 1 ore per day. So if you want, like, I don't know, a mage guild, that's going to be out for another 2 turns. Early on, it's just really, really rough. You just have to scavenge what you can from the land. I worry. I'd like to play it safe. What can I say? Let's see. And Star says you're definitely right in the calculation, but I think that the difference is that marksman stats are better. They are. So marksmen have, I only think it's like 1 additional. They've got higher initiative, so they go sooner. And then they also, I think, only have +1 attack. It's not a lot. And the damage is a little bit, I think that the damage is actually the same range. We'll take a look at it as soon as we get there, but I appreciate that I'm not incorrect in the way I'm thinking about it. Thank you. McFall says, don't you get skill energy for every enemy damage? Would the marksmen generate double with the 2 shots? Yes, they do. So because the Austringers get 2 shots, they get twice the focus points. So these single stacks as Austringers is, in my opinion, I think that just knocks it out of the park. For me, that's really what begs the question. The question is, well, which is better? Hey man, I like focus points. Extra heroic strikes, never go wrong. Never go wrong. Yeah, we already went to the Traveling Circus. I'm so confused. I don't know what just happened there. I have no idea what just happened there. By the way, Borolotov's Tail, +1 defense, Chainmail, +3 defense, Straw Hat. I've noticed that you just pick up these artifacts like on day 2 or 3 or 4, and you kind of pick them up on these older heroes, like this last coin ability, right? Yeah, kind of weird. Not to be expected, but I'm still figuring out the rules for some of these templates. Some templates have different rules than other ones do. Okay, if I see ore that's free and loose, I ought to take it. This wood, I'm going to take it just because I might need it later, and I might regret that I didn't grab it while I could. This ore right there. Yeah, we're going to want to grab that and then continue on up the road unless we can reach next turn. We'll move in this direction. We will move in this direction together. 2 traveling circuses. Wow, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 traveling circuses. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will level up logistics. Folks, I think we're going to hit both these traveling circuses. We're going to get expert logistics first thing in the morning. Some templates feel great. Like some of these randomly generated templates feel amazing. Some of them, less so. Less so. We're going to go for hard gold economy. Folks, we are up to just under 7,000 gold a day. And that's going to take us on to a new day. Speason says, do angels get ranged damage now? Yep, angels start off at range. And then if you get one of the upgrades, I think it's the archangels, then they don't have damage drop off in melee. Oh yeah. McFall says you're also only level 2 now, so you picked up a secondary on level 1. Yeah, well, so he starts off with just the advanced ascension. He starts off with advanced ascension. And then we leveled it up here at the traveling circus, and then we leveled up. So we went from advanced to expert, and then we leveled up and we got expert again. I'm confused. But you know what I'm not confused about? Logistics. So terrain penalty reduced by 50%, pretty good. I don't know how valuable that's going to be, but I'm going to assume that that's pretty good. Careful planning, I have found this to be useful, but not amazing, and I don't plan on going for the arcane magic where it can be exceptionally powerful. And then the neutral global map spells costing -4 mana. That feels like that can be exceptionally useful for me. I'm going to go for secret passages because it's basically pathfinding. It's like low level. I'm not gonna have to think too hard. I'm not going to mess it up on accident. It's kind of what I'm saying. So we're going to go for that. And then we're up to 20% movement points on the global map. I like this leaps and bounds. There's this new global map spell that will take you back to the nearest town that you control. It's at the cost of all your movement points, so cast it last thing in the day. Or you can do leaps and bounds where the hero restores 10% movement points after each battle. I think that this is going to be exceptionally good for clearing out this map. I think that we're going to want to power farm. I think that this is going to be my choice at the moment. So, good choice, bad choice. We're making choices. I don't know if these are good choices or bad choices, but we are definitely making choices. Okay, we talked about wanting to get this. We can definitely reach Edgar. What if I just have him come on up the road? Next turn, we're gonna want to end here in Merida, because that's going to be where our Mews are. That's going to be where we upgrade our Mews for the Austringers. So let's do this. Let's bring over the Pauper's Glory. Now we got 2 Pauper's Glory items. All these swordsmen, all these crossbowmen. We'll trade you 1 swordsman for all these griffins. And pretty soon, folks, Edgar is going to have a very fearsome fighting force. And I think that he's going to go from this castle in this direction. That's probably going to be what he does. And when he does, every enemy better look out. We sent Clarissa instead of Edgar. Whoops, my bad. Okay. Well, they both just wanted to hang out and have a party. There is gold here that I was saving for Clarissa to pick up. She'll pick that up and then we'll be happy for it. Okay, moving on to the next thing. The Mews is going to cost 5 wood, so don't spend 30 wood. Hippodrome, I kind of want the Hippodrome. I kind of want a Mage Guild. Even a few spells goes an awful long way. I'm going to pick up the Mage Guild. 1 haste could be especially useful for 1 huge stack of creatures, like 100 skeletons or 200 skeletons. So we're going to pick up this Mage Guild. We did not get Web. I might just purchase Web just to make sure I have it. It's that good of a spell. It is that good of a spell, especially with my strategy for using my ranged creatures. Is there any other purchases in this other castle? I don't think so. On to a new day. Pixel says, I gotta go take care of my daughters. That is the place to be. So I am glad that you're gonna go. Have a very good session, my friend. Pixel says, bye everyone. Goodbye, Pixel. We love and appreciate you. Take very good care of yourself. Bye-bye. Elliot Darts in the chat. Hello, how are you? So someone please explain, is Olden Era a fan-made project? I think somebody else has probably explained this, but no. The Unfrozen Studios is its own studio. I know that they're based out of Europe somewhere. and they started working on a game that was going to be like Heroes of Might and Magic. And I think partway through, they reached out to Ubisoft, who is the IP holder for the Heroes of Might and Magic franchise. And they said, hey, this is what we got so far. We want this game to be great. Can we use the IP? And Ubisoft has said, yep, we're going to be the publisher, and you make the game, and we'll let you publish a Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era game. There are some friendly faces. Whenever you go to the tavern, you know, you might find somebody you've seen before, right? So it is tied into the Heroes of Might and Magic universe. But there are some caveats. I know that there's some heroes that they can't use. There's some limitations that they have from Ubisoft because Ubisoft has other plans with other games. But other than that, to answer your question, it's not fan made. It's a full-on studio with tons of people working on the game. So, and I think it shows. I think it shows. I think they do a really nice job here. Elite Crossbowmen. We're going to save our points for Elite Crossbowmen. Additional attack, additional growth. That's going to be a really good time. Oh, look at this. What's this? 20 alchemical dust? That's crazy. I wonder what I'm going to purchase. I wonder what we're going to get. We're going to have Clarissa pick up the little pile of gold. It is important that she picks these up because she gets double. That's part of her speciality. If she finds any gold found on the adventure map, it's increased by 50%, so she might as well be the one to pick up all the gold. And then she's going to go back and pick up the ore, like she was supposed to do forever ago. Edgar's going to go on in, though. 69 crossbowmen. Nice. Up to Austringers. For 2,000 gold, we're going to get a double shot, and we're going to be exceptionally powerful. Now, let's just take a quick look at the upgrade, though, just so that way we're on the same page. So the crossbowmen, if I go from crossbowmen to Austringers, we go up by speed by 1, but we get this double shot attack, and then we still keep the Fine Bolts passive ability. Fine Bolts is going to increase your ranged damage by 20%. So the Austringer upgrade is double the damage, and plus 1 speed. That's what you get for the Austringer upgrade. If you upgrade crossbowmen to Marksmen, it looks like you get plus 1 attack, and plus 1 speed, and then plus 2 initiative. So that's exceptionally good. You do get the sharpshooter ability, which deals full damage at range. But then the specialist ability, because I mean these stats don't compensate for that double attack. But this new piercing shot ability, this is more of like a supportive option. So the marksman is going to be more of a supportive unit because if they use their piercing shot, it'll deal reduced damage. The target will take 20% bonus damage until the end of the round. So if you want to trade some focus points to get some bonus damage off on one particular enemy group, then these marksmen could be very, very useful. Let's say that late game, the marksmen or your Austringers are not your power stack. Let's just say that it's your angels. Then you might want the marksmen so that way they can buff the damage from your big stack of angels. That's the way I read this. That's the way it makes sense to me. Early game, though, I think there's no question who is the superior force. It's going to be these Austringers, and that's who we're going to purchase every day, all day, moving on. And I feel powerful. I feel powerful. I think I could take a lot of fights that I could not take just a moment ago. Yeah, and the battle also agrees. Like, when you see that it says that this was an impossible battle before and now it's just difficult, yeah, I feel pretty good about this. Let's go into the Mage Guild, though. I do want the web spell. We're going to unlock this. It's going to cost 2 gems, 2 crystal, 2 mercury. Very expensive. Very expensive. But I'm going to do it because I do think that the web ability is just that powerful. Like, for example, these undead pets and such, I think we can take these forces. There is a mercenary guild that's behind them, so it's kind of like the mercenary camps in previous games where you can recruit creatures, random units that will refresh every week. Let's grab this force, and let's just put these Austringers to the test. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they do. Star says, Archangels look and feel amazing. What I love doing is casting mirror image on them, which everybody loves, and then having both Archangel stacks have a chance of getting morale. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of these like little nuances I'm still figuring out for some of those top tier, upper tier creature abilities, because some can be exceptionally powerful if you define your battlefield strategy around that ability. In this case, we're putting our whole fighting force and all of our capabilities into this big stack of Austringers. Like, that's what we're doing here today. But really, it comes down to, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to choose? And from fight to fight to fight, I love that we have so many different opportunities available to us. Your demand answers the question, by the way, as far as whether or not it is a... You can't reach, you can't reach. We're going to end up webbing this guy in a second, so we need to focus on these guys. Yeah, focus on these guys. But Beardman says, Olden Era is published by Ubisoft, the owners of Heroes of Might and Magic franchise. However, its designers are fans of the franchise, so you could consider it fan-made. What a nice way of putting it. I like that. I like that. And I do think I like the developers. I gotta tell you, my very first... We're gonna attack. We're gonna get our 30% bonus right now. I'm not gonna wait. 30% bonus. I think that I might be a little bit spoiled, folks, because my experience with developers all comes from the F Heroes 2 team. I love the F Heroes 2 team. They are exceptional, high quality, wonderful individuals, right? And so they are the gold standard by which I judge every other game development studio. and so, you know, how can anybody else compare? Well, I found the Olden Era developers to be exceptionally engaging and wonderful and like thoughtful. Whoa, don't flee. I found them to be excellent individuals. And so I'm excited to, as one fan to another, see what they continue to do over time. I'm excited for, you know, I'm excited to see what else they got cooking up here over time. I think that the Rangers, or rather the Austringers, can take out this full stack. Let's do our Heroic Strike onto this group over here. Let's just wait on our Swordsmen. Griffins are not going to attack, but we are going to wait. Uh-oh. And when it's my turn, they wait, okay. I'm going to do the web spell on this other group of these undead pets. So we're only down to 10 spell points left. We are low on spell points, but I think that now it's a good time to brawl. We're killing half the stack of these wraiths when we attack them. And the Austringers, I mean, yeah, I know that these undead pets are still one full day away, but I think that we want to attack them right now. Even though the phantasms or the wraiths are coming, I think that you do want to take out one full stack wherever you can. So that's what we're going to do at the moment. This is still going to be a pretty bloody fight. And in fact, I feel like I ought to be moving my other Austringers up in front. The heroic strike points are just not as useful at this current moment. So that shot was maybe not as useful. We got one full focus charge point waiting. Let's step up. Okay. Okay. And then Griffins are going to attack. We're going to kill 16 to 28. I mean, we can almost kill one full stack here. Let's kill almost one full stack here, and then we'll do something else with the Griffins in a second. That means that these wraiths can actually attack the Austringers, and we might get away with something. We might get away with something where maybe we can block off the Austringers. No, these 47 are going to get to go in a second. Undead pets are very slow at the moment. Let's kill 16 to 28 of these wraiths. We kill half the stack. Very good. First bit of damage onto the Austringers. We're down to 65. A bit more. Oh, we ran away. That's actually good. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? Friendly fire. The wraiths have the Howl of the Banshee special ability that will force the target enemy creature to move to a random adjacent hex if possible. And because of that, we have now put ourselves out of range of these undead pets. That could not have gone any better. Because now I know that these guys are safe. Like, now I know that they're okay. We're going to be just fine. The Austringers, if I could take out this full stack. Oh, I should have heroic striked here. I should have heroic striked here. If I got good luck or something, then maybe I could have gotten the full damage off. I don't think that my heroic strike was going to kill 13, but still, that was an opportunity that might have been missed. Let's attack here. I'll take the damage onto my Austringers from the 7 undead pets, and then these 34 are going to get to choose between the 51 swordsmen or the 15 Griffins. It's going to be 5 of my swordsmen going down, and 1 more of the Austringers. Okay, overall though, folks, I'm okay with everything that just happened. This does not hurt my feelings. I think that the Austringers can actually do enough damage to stop the undead pets. I'm going to attack. I'll take the losses. 46 swordsmen, the retaliation. That's going to cost me 5 swordsmen just to make sure we take out the full stack. And it looks like it wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Okay, alrighty. So overall the losses, I mean, that was 5, 6, 7, 8 Austringers, 12 of the swordsmen, right? Like, not a small fight. But this is going to give us access to the Mercenary Guild, which I think is a good opportunity. We have the choice between basic offense, basic battlecraft, basic luck. I love battlecraft because I like being able to wait and defend. I think that there's a lot of value there. But early on, I think that this ranged damage from basic offense, I think that could be pretty good. Basic luck, though. I like basic luck. I like being able to do double damage occasionally. Oh boy. Good choices all around. For Lord Edgar, I'm going to go with this basic offense. He's an offensively geared guy. We're just going to continue to make him as offensively powerful as possible. Now, worth noting that whichever one of these secondary skills I go for, I'm probably going to want to try to get Lord Edgar into his hero specialist class. So there's Swashbuckler, where the heroic strikes will do additional damage, or there's Paragon. I think that Paragon is so very good, where all allies will deal max damage and take minimum damage. I think that even though I want basic offense and I want basic luck, I think I'm going to shoot for Paragon. We got plenty of spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need 5 of these red sub-skill secondary skills. And so that means we're going to be able to miss once. I think it's worth my time. Let's go for this Battlecraft. And that's gonna push us into some new directions here, folks. Friendly creatures deal and take reduced melee damage. Okay, ranged mastery. Friendly creatures deal 10% bonus damage. This is gonna be the strategy. Ranged mastery it is. And what do we get in the Mercenary Guild? Folks, what do you think? What do you think? Is this a good Mercenary Guild or what? What do we think, folks? Bearded Man says the Austringers have been proven to be your power stack. Yes, and I think that they will continue to be the power stack. And now they're going to be backed up by a 300 hit point Ashen Dragon for hire. McFall, Dragon for hire, LOL. Absolutely. 5,000 gold, 2 gems. That's a pittance. That's a pittance. I'm also going to take the Sun's Aegis because they are just that good. They are just that good. Star says, oh, that's hilarious. Everybody's going to look at this scenario and they're going to say, well, of course Fix Fox won. He got good luck. I'd like to think, though, that the basic economy early start strat is valuable to make sure you have consistent results. But this was absolutely, we got a little bit lucky there, folks. Not going to lie. Star says it's hilarious. And Winnie Maru, NWC Fire Breath. It's just a little bit of a cheat code. Winnie Maru, it's just a little bit of a cheat code. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's a little cheat code. Oh, look at this. Our dragon can reach all the way over here to the Stingy Raw Shelf. I'm going to do that. I want the... Oh, geez. I want the Astringer stack to stay happy and healthy, and I don't think that any of these forces are going to really even tickle my Astringers. So let's just run down the battlefield. The cultists aren't going to get enough focus points to use their special ability on my Astringers, partially because I'm just going to kill them. I will wait with this Astringer so that way these guys lose their turn. They do. Oh, good morale. Look at that. No, you did it. Could you? Glance at the Abyss. 34 pure damage each. They found a way. Just like in Jurassic Park, life finds a way. Huh. Alrighty. Well, if we defeat our enemies before the Astringers get to go, they're not going to take any damage. There's a little bit there. There's a little bit there. Heroic Strike. Yeah, you thought. You thought you had me. You strange little cultists. You little weirdos. Get out of here. 8 Griffins. Lovely. Does this mean I should take these forces here? I don't actually know. It's for a Mews and 2 spells and an ore storage. We need ore. We are very, very low on ore. If this ore storage wasn't here, I would think twice about this fight. Because the ore storage is here and the spells and the Mews, this is a priority. The dragon just makes this fight super doable. We're going to fight this fight. It says we win. I agree. We're going to do even better. Even better. For the first time, let's put the Astringers in the back of the fight. I don't know why I kept them in the front so often. Not sure. Yeah, not too sure where the enemy dancers are going to be, but I do want the dragon to go deal with them. Let's just hope that we are lucky. That's pretty lucky. Will I lose a 300 hit point dragon if I send them down the battlefield into these, call it 28, 26 Minotaur Lords? Maybe. It's a lot of damage. 12, 15. Then again, I've got 39 defense. I think that they're going to do a bunch of damage, though. I don't think that I want any part of that at the moment. I think we're going to cast Unnatural Calm on the Dancers. We're going to take the ranged damage from these guys onto my Astringers in just a second. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to... Well, yeah, I will take the damage, but we're going to get their first shot off anyway. So let's do some weights. What are the... Oh, they do nothing. The Minotaur Vanguards do nothing. We're going to kill, was it 14? There's 8, 9, 15 of these Dancers. Pretty good, pretty good. Down to 34. They're going to hit us for 3 Astringers lost. That's not even fair. It's not a problem. I'm okay with that. But what I do need to do is I do need to move these swordsmen in front of my Austringers. It's very likely that these Minotaurs are going to get good morale. And if they do, I don't want them to attack the Austringers directly. They do have their fighting style, the Grand Slam, where they do multiple damage to multiple creatures in a stack. I'm going to hope that they don't do that, but at that point, you've got, folks, we got problems if that's what's going on there. I'm going to devote one big hit from the dragon onto the back line of these dancers down to 23. I do want the dragons to still focus on these Minotaurs. I truly do. But look at that. We lost 100 hit points from these dancers. That was, I mean, that's a bunch of damage. That's a lot of damage. It's kind of a spicy attack there. I should probably try and get the Fine Bolt's ability, or even one of the dragon's abilities. If I don't attack, I'll tell you what, if I attack here, I know that the dragon's going to be safe. I do want to keep the dragon safe for as long as possible, and I don't think that the Minotaur Lords are going to backtrack to go and get me. I think that they're going to come straight for these Austringers. I just don't think there's a bunch I can do about it. So losses are going to be acceptable. Whatever losses we take, we're just going to go for it. The Minotaur Lords do have the parry ability, so they will counterattack before I get to attack. So they're going to attack here, take the damage. They're going to go around. Are they going to get to the Austringers? I think that they do. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Just as long as they don't get good morale. Uh-oh. Don't get good morale. Don't get good morale. Big moment there. Big moment there. The fact that we did not have to take the good morale means that 50 Austringers at point blank range are going to kill 4 and 2 for 6 total. That was excellent. That was excellent. We will take that. Oh, I should have gone with this other Austringer first, though, so I could have activated the Fine Bolt ability. Dang it. My bad. My bad. I wasn't thinking about it. Griffins are going to take some damage. Okay. I got a nice double hex attack here with the dragon. I could do my Dragon Flight movement ability, where I'll do damage and push creatures away. I feel like if I land here, though, I'll push the Minotaur into the Austringer. I don't want to do that. I really don't. So I'm just going to do it with Heroic Strike here. Try and mitigate return damage. 137 hit points. I don't think that these Minotaurs have been doing that much damage. Minotaur Lords. The Minotaur Lord attack the swordsman, 67 damage. Okay, yeah, I'm going to assume that the dragon's going to be fine because of their high defensive stats. 40 HP goes down, not too bad. Could have been worse. And good morale, perfect. Fight's over. Novelty Grill, fight's over. I think if I move, let's see, yeah, 3 speed, 1, 2, 3. The Griffin has to stay here, unfortunately. I want them to go over and do damage here, but they have to stay for the moment. Swordsmen are gonna kill one of these Minotaurs. And really, truly, the fight is over. 2 more Austringers goes down, almost killed a Minotaur in retaliation. It's gonna be a stack of 44 Austringers remains by the end of this battle. We'll kill 1 to 2 here. Just not quite enough, and our dragon is gonna finish off these dancers. Perfect. I like the fight. I like the fight. Star says the Minotaur Lords are very strong, especially with the morale passive ability. They did not get great morale in that fight. This fight could have been so much worse. Like, if you think about it, if they gotten good morale on turn 1, I think I would have like 30 of these Austringers remaining. There's a lot of luck when it comes to that. But yeah, Minotaur Lords are an exceptional unit. And I like Minotaur Lords like twice or 3 times as much as I do base level Minotaurs. Because of the speed, because of their extra abilities, it's just that good, I think. So yeah. I like basic recruitment because you have the, let's see, where is it? The relocation ability. That's really, really powerful. Basic recruitment. Got some good opportunities. Unfortunately, it is not a red Paragon leading secondary skill. So we're going to go for the Battlecraft, Siegecraft, and basic recruitment. Golly, I really do love those, but we're not going to go for that now. Battle Focus generates +1 focus charges at the beginning of each round. At each battle round. Whoa, that's pretty good. That's good. Preemptive Strike. Friendly creatures prepare for a preemptive strike. When they skip their turn, it allows them to counterattack before the enemy's attack. Like we saw with the Minotaurs, this is basically the parry ability. I like this Battle Focus. I like focus points, and in the late game for Temple, I think that you are going to make good use of all of your abilities there. Folks, something horrible has happened. We are forced to take a non-Paragon related secondary skill. I don't know what to do here. I think the basic resistance, I mean, I want basic offense. I really do. I really want basic offense. Basic resistance, though, is kind of that defensive option. I'm going to go with the basic offense. We're just going to do damage. We're not here to make friends. We're here to do damage. We're going to pick up 12 crossbowmen. We will grab this ore in just a moment. Let's get elite crossbowmen. I could not have picked that up at the beginning of the day. I think that I got enough focus points, or rather enough faction law points by fighting that other fight. So otherwise, it would have been the best idea to pick up this +2 attack for the elite crossbowmen before fighting that fight. Would have helped. Would have helped. No. On to the new day. Folks, this is day 7. This has been a really good week 1. And I gotta ask you, like, I know I'm explaining my thought process as we're going along. Should I speed up? Could it take an hour for a first week? I feel like it kind of does at this point. Later on, I think that when we're doing like games that are a little bit more, they have a little bit more on the line, I think that will be a little bit faster by then, but there's no, oops. But there's no excuse for making a mistake just because you're playing too fast. If you can play fast, great, but if you need to play slower to be the very best you can be, I feel like we ought to give the computer our very best game, wouldn't you say? I don't know if this looks like you can't really get through here. This looks like this is going to be terrain. Sometimes you can sneak through. I don't think that I can, though. So at this point, oh, there's gold I missed. So at this point, I'm not too sure what to do. I want to kind of, I'll explore a little bit. Yeah, it looks like you can't get through here. This is just a dead end. I'll pick up this gold. I kind of want to just stay here and lose the movement points. 114 movement points, half of our movement points, just so that way we can pick up griffins, crossbowmen, and then whatever creatures in the mercenary guild on day 1 tomorrow. Feels like a little bit of a waste, but I think that this actually does position myself in the very best possible way. Oh, and it'll give me additional ore storage, so that's going to be really, really nice too. Okay. Walls level 1 does not give additional growth, but the hippodrome is never bad. Let's get the cavalries, because I think we already got good ranged damage. I don't know that the Sundrop Chapel for the Light Weavers is going to be particularly good. So for now, let's go with that. We are out of resources. Folks, that's the end of week 1. Ooh, by the way, I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to ask, what's everybody's favorite faction in Olden Era? We have Temple. We have Dungeon. We have Necropolis. Right? Right? Soon we'll have Sylvan. Soon we'll have Hive. We have Schism. What's everybody's favorite faction? I'm interested to know. 8 griffins. 6 more ore. 12 more griffins. Or, excuse me, 12 more of the crossbowmen. This one's not nearly so good. I am going to pick up the hoplets, though. Or, no, not the hoplets. I'm going to pick up the Marksmen. I can purchase the Marksmen, and then I can just convert them into Austringers without too much difficulty. We're going to pick up this fountain for some additional movement points. Let's go back to our castle. And let's immediately upgrade to Austringers. Not once, but twice. I don't think that there's any other upgrades I can do at the time. I guess I could get these 20 swordsmen into Aegis. I'm not sure if I want to do that, because I think that we're going to run across some enemies in the future that are going to maybe join our army. We could go for the Inquisitors, just because they're so shiny and new. Let's go for that. And they'll just make full purchases across the board. Okay, call it a day. McFall says, a week of rage started. Can you read the weekly bonus somewhere? Yes. So there was a new bonus there. And so at the very bottom, under this little hourglass here, it says strengthens all neutral squads on the adventure map. So week of rage. That doesn't feel really good to me. I don't enjoy this, but this has happened. We will do the best we can with what we have. I'm going to leave the guards behind for a moment, just so I have an additional focus charge point I can accrue there. And this will also leave me some space in case I run into some other forces later. I'm out of gold. Holy kittens, I am out of gold. My goodness. My goodness. Okay, all right, Fix Fox Wife, go for it. Yep, 100% do it. Yeah, it sucks, but yeah, it sucks. Okay. Yeah, go for it with my blessing, and I'll deal with the consequences when it comes back around. If there's consequences, I will deal with those consequences. So, sorry, sweetie. Thank you. Alrighty, 1,000 gold here. And I do want to pick up whatever forces are available here with Clarissa. She will purchase these forces first thing in the morning, and we will carry on down in the future. And Bammy says, really excited for Hive. I think it's cool thematically. I do think it's cool thematically, and I think that one of the things that people sometimes miss, or they just don't consider, is that their whole point is that they have force of numbers. So you get a bonus. The more Hive creatures you have in your army, the more value you get out of them. Like, they get a bonus because there's more skittering creatures coming down the adventure map or the battle map. And I do think that that idea of kind of like, oh my gosh, here comes the Zerg, I do think that that's kind of interesting. I am looking very, very forward to that, actually, if I can say so. I am excited for that. I'm going to use Clarissa to continue to scout a little bit. It'll be a while before Edgar can pick up those forces in the other castle. We do want to see what's down here. Oh, look, another mercenary guild. That's pretty interesting. Oh, by the way, did you notice we have a Chimerologist? I can, for a price, trade creatures and try to get something else. If I didn't like this Ashen Dragon, for example, I could try for 2,500 gold to turn it into something else. I'm not going to do that at the moment, but it is cool to note that you can do that. It looks like the Griffins are also guarding this threshold, by the way, and this gold storage. I'm going to go south in this direction just to do that very, very quickly. Through the abandoned mansion. I'll go through the infiltrators. It should be an easy battle. It says it's an easy battle. We'll do even better than that. And McFall, yeah, my favorite faction for now is Dungeon because of every creature's secondary attack. I do like that. The secondary attacks just feel fun. They feel fun. They feel good. And it gives you some tactical opportunities. It gives you some fun things to play around with. I completely agree with you. I think that that's perfect. It's a good way of looking at it. We're clearing the map. That's about... Oh, geez, that's unfair. That's unfair. We just killed, what, 140 of these infiltrators? Golly, good morale. We just picked up the faction law point that gives you a couple of extra... Oops. That gives you a couple of extra points. Morale points. I think that we are seeing that on full display right here, right now. These infiltrators are going to go after my Austringers in the next round, so we're just going to skip all the way around, and then we'll take our fights. Let's see if they can do that again, though. Yeah, good luck. Go on, get out of here. Get out of my game. Get out of my game. Chris says, sorry to laugh, but here you are having a domestic on stream. No. It's not. It's like a domestic, like, home moment where something has to be handled. It's no. It's not that we're mad at each other or anything like that. It's that, okay, all right. Let me just say this. Let me have a quick conversation with everybody here. So when it comes right down to it, I don't care if people want to get into any sort of substances, right? Where I live in my country, in my part of the world, marijuana is totally illegal, right? In other parts of my country, like if you go like 20 minutes that way, it's legal, right? So in my area, there's legal and there's not legal, and I don't mind if you smoke or not. I do not care. I don't care either way. I don't, because I just don't, right? But I don't care if people do. What does bother me is if you smoke marijuana and then my baby gets emphysema because it comes up through the vents, and now because I don't smoke, I still have to smell the marijuana smell because I live in an apartment. And so my poor dear sweet wife, like, we love the guy below us. We love this guy. He's the sweetest guy ever. And like, he's earned it. He's in his 60s. Like, he probably does it for pain management. He probably does it because, like, whatever reason he has. He's a real chill guy. He's really sweet. But I do hate waking up and just having my house smell like a skunk. So my dear sweet wife is going to go talk to him about that. And I feel bad because, again, I love the guy and I really don't care if people smoke. But I just don't want to smell it. Anyway, okay. So just to make sure that people don't think that me and Pixfox's wife like hate each other, because we don't. That's the story. Okay, moving on. Back to the game. Instantly, everybody's like, man, Pixfox, I didn't realize you were such a stickler for the rules. I am kind of a probation officer. I am a probation officer, so, you know, again, I don't care. I'm not gonna like try and make a big deal about it for him, but anyway. Okay, folks, Haunted Mansion. Just like out of Disneyland. Crazy. We got skeleton archers, not one but two stacks. We got skeletons. I didn't put my Austringers in the correct spot. They were supposed to go in the middle. I just hit start to the battle. Oh no, not good. Not good. If I put the cavalry here, I can kill most of the stack here. And if I put the cavalry here... Uh-oh, I really messed this up. Wow, I messed this up. All you had to do is put the Austringers in the middle and you're doing so much better. Why am I so bad at this game? I'm going to use the dragon here. So that way there's no losses. Everything's fine. Cavalry here. Prevent full damage from the skeleton archers. That's good. I will do that. Looks like the archers can get to me either way. So I'm just going to go around here. 90 down to 61. Okay. Okay. Somebody's got to deal with these skeleton archers. Might as well be these guys. Go for it. My lovelies, my pretties. And this Astringer is going to attack, so that way I get the bonus. But let's actually back off with this Inquisitor, trying to do some protective value over here. Okay. Okay. 60, 80. I think that I'm obligated to attack. Oh, goodness, the skeletons can get around. No, I'm going to have to just run with my Astringers. I'm going to have to move them to the very center of the battlefield. This is horrible. This is horrible. Why am I so bad at the game? Because I wasn't focused. Fix Fox, you lost focus. You lacked discipline. And because you lacked, now everybody suffers because of it. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. It was still possible that I got the good morale. That would have absolutely been amazing if I'd covered up my losses there. But anyway. Chris says, I smoke cannabis, however, I do so responsibly. I don't drink alcohol, so whatever flicks your switch. That's what I'm trying to go for. Like, whatever floats people's boats. I'm not here to tell people what they should or shouldn't do with their lives. Like, I don't care, right? But, yeah, I appreciate that you're like, hey, man, just be responsible. I think that's all any of us want. Just be responsible with it. That's all any of us want with it. So, okay. By the way, did you notice that by losing that stack of creature, we were actually able to get all the HP back with the Ashen Dragon? That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. The good morale from the Ashen Dragon, yet again, that feels pretty good. This skeleton stack can't reach. Our Astringer's going to attack here. Griffins are going to stay put here, but they are going to go for the skeletons. 50% reduced damage here, full damage there. That's just the correct choice. And then, yeah, we'll just try and bully this one stack of the Wraiths. Cool. Alrighty, so despite my best efforts, we are going to win the scenario with very minimal losses. I say despite my best efforts because it's clear that I was almost throwing for a second. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Crazy FX, good thing Twitch does not transmit spell. Hey, Crazy FX. And again, no disrespect to anybody that does enjoy, you know, who does imbibe, who partakes. There's no judgment here. I just don't want it in my house. That's all. That's all. 6 to 7. We've got advanced offense, basic defense, basic sorcery. Okay, friendly creatures, basic attack deals 15% bonus damage. We're going to take that. We're going to go with this archery ability. Friendly creatures, ranged and long reach attacks deal plus 15% bonus damage. That's pretty good. Let's go for that. We got Borlatoth's Tail, 2,500 gold. Very nice. And again, this was just another opportunity for us to take before we got to these griffins. Do note that we did get our logistics bonus there for an additional 10% movement points because we just participated in that battle. And we're gonna do that again. Gonna do it again. And again and again and again. Okay. We're gonna have creature step up. The Temple Griffins are so fast. Okay, so 6 speed, 13 initiative, 5 speed, 11 initiative, 4 speed, 10 initiative. Temple Griffins are my personal favorite out of all the different Griffins. Number one, they look the coolest, and number two, they're more offensively geared than defensively geared. But there are definitely going to be times where the Guardian Griffin is the correct choice. Like, I could see a situation where you have your upgraded swordsman, the Sun Aegis. They've got the ranged Sun's Aegis ability, in which adjacent friendly creatures will take reduced damage from range, right? I feel like these swordsmen with that upgrade, plus some Guardian Griffins nearby a unit, they can actually do an awful lot to just keep a healthy stack of Astringers or Angels healthy. And so even though the Temple Griffin is much more offensively geared and that feels better, there's definitely a time where the Guardian Griffin upgrade just makes more sense. So not always will that make sense. In the early game, I think I know which one I'd prefer, but yeah, these are things we're thinking about. Things that we are thinking about. I am going to, by the way, I'm gonna web these guys. Yeah, down to 4 speed. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're gonna be able to reach to there in a second. I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna let the Astringers do full damage here. This biggest stack down to 18 of the Griffins. Very nice. Very nice. And then the Temple Griffins, I kind of want to go attack them. Turn order wise, if I early start my Austringers, they should get this first shot off. Right there. I'm going to do that. I'm going to just cover up the Austringers for now. I am going to send the dragon out there. He's going to kill 7 to 8. I assume it's a he. She is beautiful. Whatever she is beautiful. And the Astringer's going to show up here. We're still webbed with these Temple Griffins. I don't know if they're going to attack the cavalries or if they're going to go for the Temple Griffins. I don't know. Oh, but I did just realize that even with the extra initiative, it does not make us faster than these Griffins. 11, 10, yeah, that only just brought us up a bit. That's not actually going to do anything. So I really do like that we made this little concave here. That does feel pretty good. Yet again, I'm going to attack with the dragon. I'll just take the damage here, hopefully. I don't think that the dragon's going to get surrounded. Okay, half damage onto the stack of Inquisitors. I'm going to wait on cavalry. Is that going to be another Inquisitor down? No. Part of the Griffin stack is going to go down. I'm okay with that. And then it is going to be the Fine Bolt's ability on the Astringers, but that does mean I have 1 Heroic Strike. Then again, maybe I don't know, maybe I want the Ashen Dragon to do something fun. Dragonflight. I don't want the Dragonflight. We'll see. We'll take out a couple Griffins just so that way I don't have to look at their face anymore. Get out of here. And then, yeah, Fine Bolts. Do you want to kill the full stack of Temple Griffins or Guardian Griffins? I think you want the Temple Griffins gone. With the good morale, fight's over. Is good morale good or what? Whew. Whew. McFall, not used to the ambush type battle. Yeah, for this haunted mansion that we just fought a second ago, I was not prepared for that at all. I was not ready. He wasn't ready. If I go for daylight magic, that still keeps our hopes at Paragon alive. We're going to roll the dice. We're going to hope that we can keep this alive. We're going to go for the basic daylight magic. There's a lot of really good daylight magic spells anyway. I think we're going to continue that. These guards, this is probably another one of these. No, it's not. Not another one of these ones where we have to put the Astringers in the very center of the battlefield. But I was worried for a second it was. Okay. And yeah. Yeah, no worries, Fix Foxwife. We love you and appreciate you. I love you and appreciate you more than everybody else, which is to be expected because, you know, we're married. But everybody appreciates. Everybody understands. So thanks, sweetheart. You're the best. Gar says, I remember driving to Spokane with a friend of mine who had weed in his car, and it was crazy knowing that driving 10 minutes to the east means it suddenly became illegal. Yeah, and I wonder how often that gets people where they're just not even thinking about it and they're just going on holiday or vacation and they're just doing what they normally do. And then they're like, oh, that's right. Like this is not okay here. We're not going to get into politics, but it is interesting that in the United States, we have our federal government that's over all the states. And then we have our individual states that can also make their rules and their laws. I totally understand the people that are like, dude, that makes no sense. But that's the system I'm currently working with anyway. That's the system I got. Okay, we got 24 of these swordsmen. We're going to do the Fine Bolt ability, 20% bonus damage. We're going to only kill 1 to 2. We killed 4 total because of the good luck. We got a nice instance of good luck. Yeah, and that actually was really nice. I don't know. There's the special ability. That increases their speed by 1. It's not going to be enough for him, though. It was a good try, a good effort. And we're going to let the dragon just go to work. Go to town. Have yourself a day. Have yourself a day. Cavalries, want to move them around so they get the jousting bonus. Griffins, do damage. And I'm surprised they opted to use the infuse armor ability that increases defense and speed by 1. But they didn't want to use the Celestial Flail. I know that the Celestial Flail, I mean, it takes focus points, and they didn't have any focus points. I don't know. It seems like the AI makes the best decision it can for that round right then and there. It doesn't do as good of a job of thinking one step ahead. I say that, and then there's been times where it does surprise me. And it does think one step ahead, and then I feel silly and dumb because it just absolutely obliterates me. Not always is that the case, but it has happened enough. It's definitely happened enough. Let's grab our crossbowmen. I am going to take out Raiders camp. I mean, I do want to clear everything out. And if I attack here, I do get the movement bonus. This is an easy battle at this point. These are the gorilla units that I really love. They're so weird. I love these guys. Grolls, look at these guys. That's the weirdest. I love it. It's so strange. And they got special abilities. They got the roar jump ability. Jump to a hex within 4 hexes and deal basic damage to all adjacent enemies. Big rock deals additional damage. This kind of gives them a ranged damaging attack. Oh, and it stuns. That's pretty interesting. The Halflings, though, for the first time, we are going to get to hear their special dying sound. They have no melee penalty, but they do full damage at range, and they can blink to another hex within its movement range. It's like the slither away for the Medusa, just not as cool. Not as cool. I'll send the dragon out. He'll take out most of the Halflings before they can even blink. Very good, very good. And yeah, this guy's fast enough. Even with a web, -2 speed, he can reach the Austringers right now. I don't want that. What's his... He's got 8 initiative. If I do early start on the Austringers, they're only going to be even. So we're actually best off to do the web spell. That means that these crossbowmen are probably going to take a beating. I don't think I could stop that, though. I just purchased them, and now they're immediately gone. Whoops. My bad. My bad. All right. I will seek to do better in the future. Okay, I'm going to wait with these Inquisitors. I don't know exactly how much damage these guys are going to do. 5 to 7, but there's 30 of them. I'm going to wait for the Austringers to get their damage off. How dare you? That was so unnecessary. Huh. Halfling just ran right at me and just poked me right in the shin. He got an artery. I bled out immediately. It was so unnecessary. 4,000 gold, though. We'll take it. And yeah, again, though, that's an additional 10 movement points. It adds up. It does add up. I'll take the experience over the gold. Might as well go pick up these marksmen, and I'm just going to clear. There's enough stuff over here. I got a big enough force. I'm going to go clear. We're going to go clear this out as we make our crossbowmen even better. Purchases at our main castle. Let's go for... Let's make sure we have walls 3 by the end of the week. Whatever else we do, let's make sure we have walls 3. Because I don't think that we're very likely to get into the Radiant Forge this week. Is it only 10 gems? I thought it was 20 gems. Why is it really only 10 gems? Did they change that? Has that been patched? That might have been patched. I could have swore that it was 20 gems. Huh. I don't know. Anyway. And Bearded Man says, I wish we had a Wizard Tower faction for Olden Era. It is a very unique Indian or Arabic aesthetic that I would love to see in the game. I do like the take that they did with Tower for Heroes 5. I do enjoy that very, very much. And I also enjoy the Heroes 3 Tower faction ability. Wizards have been in the game since Heroes Might and Magic 2. To not have them any longer is very, very sad. And for that reason, I can't possibly imagine that they're going to stay away. I'm sure that they have plans to take them into the game. They just have to. They have to. Advanced Daylight Magic, again, going for Paragon. Do you want to start off with an additional focus charge at the start of the battle? Jeez. I mean, with Battlecraft and this, you're going to start off with 2 focus charges at the beginning of every battle. That actually opens up a lot of opportunities for you. That feels really, really good. This might be wrong to take, but I'm just going to lean so heavily into that and just have a great time with that. Expert Offense, Expert Daylight Magic. If you get Expert Daylight Magic, you get additional movement points per day. So that'll be 20 because we know logistics. Or we could get +1 leveled all Daylight Magic spells. I'll probably just do the Speed of Light when we get there. Would you prefer to take Expert Offense for additional ranged damage? Friendly creatures deal +1 damage. That's pretty good. Your low-level creatures do even more damage. Friendly creatures ignore 10% of the target's defense when dealing normal damage. That's pretty good, too. I will go with the Expert Daylight Magic now, just because it'll give me Speed of Light. That'll help me clear the adventure map a little bit easier, and then I'll be happy with other things later. Folks, we found a Quiet Eye of the Dragon. +1 attack, +1 defense. Very, very good. By the way, we picked up Thick Hide and Vengeance. We have Vengeance? We have the Vengeance? Hold on, what? We have the what? Tier 4. Whenever an enemy attacks a target friendly creature in melee, that enemy takes 175 magic damage. It's a good spell. It's It's a good spell. I suggest that we hold on to that spell for as long as possible. Okay. Let's attack. I think I just destroy these creatures from range. Easy. Easy. 6,000 gold. And for the first time, folks, we're going to finally pick up our ore mine. Remember, this entire game, we've relied on Expert Economy, Master Builder, to get any amount of wood and ore long term. Here in week 2, day 3, that's basically amounted to, what, 15, 12? 12 to 17, I don't do math. 12 extra wood and ore. And this template, that feels exceptionally good. So yet again, I'm happy for the path that we're taking so far. Edgar, go do some damage. Get some free experience for you, sir. Yep, it's free. Free real estate. Fountain, plus 40 movement points. Very good. And this garrison, we do want to take that. The spells might be exceptionally worth it. I will be concerned about damage from the... Oh, it's only 16 Onyx Dancers. I'm not going to worry anymore. My range creatures are going to get to go before they do. Oop. It's 116, though. I didn't realize it was 116. That's actually way more than I thought it was. I will do Unnatural Calm just to kind of prevent some damage there. How much? 11. Wow. Feels like a lot. Feels like a lot of troops to lose. I didn't look at the losses. I'm trying not to look at the losses before the battle starts anymore. It just feels like... It's not like I'm cheating, but it does feel like it leaves something to be desired for my own personal growth and strategy as a gamer. So I'm trying to do better. Failing, but trying to do better. I'm going to do my Dragonflight ability because I know it's going to keep me safe. Still going to kill some creatures. I'll do it right here. Kill 10 to 11. The important thing is I don't take any retaliation. At least that's the thing I tell myself. Oof. And should I do it? Should I do it? I will lose probably 4 to 5 griffins. 8. I lost 8 griffins. Do I lose all the swordsmen? I think I do. Most of them anyway. Okay. Okay. Well, the retaliation's already gone, and at this point the Austringers are going to focus on these guys right in front of them. Not once, but twice. And so long as I don't lose... Yeah, as long as I don't lose a cavalry, I'll consider this fight. You know, not my favorite fight that I've ever fought, but it'll be fine. There we go. And done. Okay. And yeah, Chris, never smokes around kids. Yeah, sure. Mostly smoke at home to relax. Yeah, and you've mentioned for bipolar disorder, it calms you down, whereas pharmaceuticals give you horrid side effects. I mean, I do take my meds as I should, of course, but also might have an occasional smoke to relax me, just like one might have a glass of wine. Yep, I think that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, and so I appreciate the conversation there because, yeah, it's, yeah. Again, this is us doing self-care in some ways, right? Self-care. Basic diplomacy allows you to sometimes recruit neutral armies for gold instead of fighting them. I didn't realize that for Paragon we might have to lean into basic summon avatar. I'm going to go for this basic diplomacy right now. We might run into some really cool opportunities to use diplomacy in this playthrough. We'll pick up the swordsmen because they're right here. And we picked up Unnatural Calm and Vulnerability. I'm going to let go of Thick Hide just so I can put Vulnerability as an opportunity into our playthrough. I do need to go get the Sawmill because we are currently getting 7,000 gold, 1 wood, 3 ore, 0 gem, 0 crystal, 0 mercury per day. I'd like to get a little bit more of that. I'd like to adjust that if I could. Wood, more mercenaries, golly. It looks like another Mews, another traveling, look at this, another traveling circus. There's so many. There's so many. And this is the time where in other Heroes games, I would feel comfortable using 2 heroes to try and clear out the map. But in these numbers on this template, I mean, there's very few fights. Like this one I could fight. But there's very few fights I could take the Guardians on without crazy losses. And even in this case, right? The Roshoth and the Cultists, then I have to defeat the Abyssal Envoys that guard the Boreal Call. So there's no point in me even using a secondary hero in some ways. I think. So it's just kind of hard to use 2 heroes in this template. I think that's a bit of a thing I've seen for all templates in Heroes of Might and Magic Golden Era so far. Good, bad, or indifferent. That's just kind of what I've observed. I really like this stack of 1-tier creatures. I'm going to take that. We've got 3 law points to spend. Really like making our griffins better, and there's lots of griffin dwellings on this map. Let's go for the upgraded griffins for now. And on to a new day. Bearded Man says, who would win in a fight, 100 halflings or a silverback Groll? I don't know. Is one of those halflings the Mike Tyson of halflings? Because I don't know. I love that there's a story that Mike Tyson went and tried to get a zookeeper to let him go fight a silverback gorilla. I still think that the silverback gorilla would have won, but if I have the fate of humanity on the line and I have to pick one person to go fight that gorilla, it just might be Mike Tyson in his prime. Not because of the strength and the stature and the stats, but because of the crazy factor. You have to have a crazy Arnold Schwarzenegger and Predator factor to want to fight something that is so insane. And I think that Mike Tyson had that. So I don't think that he takes the -1 morale debuff from seeing his opponent gambool across the battlefield towards him. Good stuff. Okay, we're gonna fight this fight. Yay! Glorious victory, no losses. On apocalyptic difficulty, I actually trust I trust my skills much better than the automatic combat. If it says we take no losses, I totally believe that we were never going to take any losses in that fight. It's just that good. It's just that good. Like, on apocalyptic difficulty, it kind of cheats. It doesn't assume that you're going to win with less losses. And so I don't think it actually plays out every single battle. I think it just kind of does some calculations within the fight to figure out relatively, based off of army strength, who should win. On the one hand, I can see that saving computing power. On the other hand, it's like, yeah, but sometimes I really need to know who's actually going to win this fight. Because I'll fight the fight myself and I'll be like, there's no way I was ever supposed to lose any amount of creatures in this fight. We will still defeat these guys. Oh, never mind. Oops. I totally wasted the web spell. I thought that I wouldn't kill the full stack. I'm still learning just how good my Austringers are. Forgive me. My bad. Then again, with this offense and Edgar's stats, I think that my forces are getting really good. Like, they're already getting exceptionally powerful. McFall says, whoa, it's my first time seeing the gorillas and halflings in the game. Yeah, I do like that one. I do like that one. It's pretty fun. Windowella, are we winning, son? Yes, Dad. Windowella is not my dad, but yes, Dad. We're going to take this powerful curse. Flask of Oblivion. I don't know what this does. It's a belt. All negative effects on friendly creatures last for -1 rounds. That's kind of cool. And it's part of the anesthesia artifact grouping. If I have the other item, then friendly creatures heal 5% of their starting HP at the start of each round. Revives fallen units. Are you kidding me? That's kind of cool. That's really cool. When having 3 items, plus 25% max HP to all friendly creatures. Holy kittens. This is insane. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, cool. We found a cool artifact. Alrighty, very good. Since we're right here, I'm just going to grab the griffins real quick. But I am going to try and go kind of to the south to really get much of this map cleared out. In fact, I might even just go, since I'm right here, I might just grab this first. But yeah, we are clearing out the map. This is not the time for slowing down. This is the time to fight and go crazy. But Win, nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. I can transfer armies around the heroes in the same turn so I can clear more. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Mike Jones is in the chat. Hello, Mike. Nice to have you here. What's your opinion on this so far? Worthy successor to Heroes 3? Ooh, man. So Heroes 3, just so we're clear, Heroes 2 is my all-time favorite game in the series. I will never have Heroes 2 be less than my #1 game. I just can't. Heroes 2 is so exceptionally good for me. It is like a comfort food. I can't live without Heroes 2. I mean, I can try, but I haven't done it yet. But when it comes down to like what is a worthy successor, I think that if we're comparing it from one game to the other, I think that we're always going to be a little bit sad. Only because, and I mean only because, comparison is the thief of joy, right? Like it just is. That's just the way it goes. But am I having a lot of fun? I'm having a lot of fun. Do I think that this is going to be some people's like favorite game in the series? I think that this is going to be some people's favorite game in the series. I can't tell you what the future will hold, but I do think that this is going to be exceptionally good for a lot of people. And I think that I do think that anybody that pays for the game when the game comes out, I think that we're going to get our money's worth. I'm gonna buy the game when it comes out in full. I'm gonna buy the game in early access. I think I'm gonna get my money's worth. I really do. So I know that when the demo first dropped, there was a ton of people streaming it, and since then the numbers have kind of dropped off a little bit. I think that the numbers are going to return once we actually hit early access, because I think a lot of people recognize, okay, we're just in the demo stage. Demo stage doesn't allow you to play against other players. Demo stage, you know, there's some things that are just not there, and that's okay. I do think that we're going to get to the point where people are going to recognize that this is an exceptional game. They're going to get a lot of play, a lot of value, a lot of time. So hopefully that answers your question. Those are my general thoughts. I'm a general kind of guy, but those are my thoughts as I have them. All right. Tundar's in the chat. Hey, what's up, Tundar? Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you back, sir. Are you well? Are you happy? Are you healthy? Are your loved ones doing exceptionally well, Tundar? It's always a pleasure to have you here. It's always a pleasure to see you, and I hope that you're just having a great time. Wynn says, I'll also be back in an hour or two if you're still here. I've been traveling the whole day and I'm on a train. Oh, okay, yeah. Some Heroes of Might and Magic on a train. That does sound good. Ooh, that was that Celestial Flail ability right there. That's what that was. Yeah, I think we'll see. I do want to get very far in this scenario. I think that I definitely want to at least get to the point where we fight our first enemy, because I believe around week 3 in this template that we do run into some major enemies that come straight for us. And I want to survive that initial onslaught. I think that this is the right playthrough where we have that first chance to do so very, very well with that. And eventually we will get to the point where after we absorb the first basic contact, then we can move on and just play the game. So will we finish this scenario today? Maybe. I don't know. We will see. We will definitely see. Larger than life. The bonus is doubled if we have Battlecraft. We do. So we want larger than life. Folk Hero is just as good as larger than life if you don't have Battle Economy, but otherwise you always want this. And then Eloquence, negative 75% cost to the surrender. I don't plan on surrendering. I'm never going to surrender. I'm just going to win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. I think that I'm going to have Clarissa head in this direction. Number 1, she's going to be able to drop off these crossbowmen so that they can get upgraded. Number 2, she's going to be able to be ready to go for this first day sort of opportunity, picking up troops and going to the place with the guy and the thing. You know the one I'm talking about. The Mercenary Guild. So we can get additional forces. I think that she's just going to be in this kind of preparatory step for the next couple of days while we clear the other side of the map. I haven't found as much value in traveling in Olden Era with tandem heroes. In Heroes 2 and Heroes 3, for example, I do find a lot of value in traveling with multiple heroes together, so that way one hero can pick up artifacts, one hero can do this, can do that. I don't see as much value in Olden Era with that as I have in other games. So I'm still working on figuring out what the best strategy is for clearing the map early on, but so far we're doing okay. Okay, if I early start, I'm already fast enough. I kind of am hoping for good morale. All of the undead pets can reach me. All of them can reach me. I can do Vengeance. Whenever an enemy attacks my friendly creature, they will take magic damage. I might just cast that on the Austringers, just knowing that they're going to take some damage. I'm going to try and fight left to right. I'm going to pull all my forces back over here and do as much damage as I can. And then I'll consider whether or not it's better to just get the damage off from the Austringers, or if it's better to pull back where they're going to take reduced damage from 3 stacks as opposed to full damage from 6 stacks. And I don't know the answer yet. By the way, if it looks like my camera is going in and out, it's because it's a cloudy day and it just keeps on going back and forth. Cloudy, sunny, cloudy, sunny. My poor technology cannot keep up with it. Very sad. I'm kind of planning on peeling back. I think I'd rather take the damage from these 3 stacks of creatures than all 6 of these creatures. So even though I'd like to do more with my turn here, I'm going to do this Vengeance. I'm going to assume that the Austringers are going to take oodles of damage. We're going to bury ourselves right here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's 12 undead pets at a time we're just taking out there. Jeez, what a good spell. Holy cow. We did take the damage, sure, but now I think that I can prevent losses in this direction in just a moment. If we get good morale on any of these forces, we're going to be feeling even better than we were before. We'll kill 6 to 8 here. Killed 8, not bad. Oh, good morale. Better attack down here. We'll use one of the heroic strikes. 5 to 7. Killed 7. Very good. Very good. The retaliations don't even bother me. Austringers are going to attack the big group here, so let's kill this 6. Our beefy, chunky ladies are going to attack the undead pets there. And swordsmen just have to watch as the Austringers clean up these undead pets. So we did take more losses than I would like. 10. Yeah, we're actually bleeding Austringers, but we are clearing out the adventure map very, very well. And for this Tomb of Vigilance, we did just pick up 4 of these Dread Knights. I'm feeling okay with that. We cannot win this fight here. This is too much. These resources we're going to have to pick up another day, another time. But I'm very excited for everything we've seen so far. Okay, let me take a quick peek. We've got offense, we've got diplomacy. If I pick up this traveling circus, I will grab one of those. I sort of want to wait until I get the other Paragon's secondary skills. I want to wait because I don't want to miss out on the subclass. And it takes a lot of strategy and luck, to be clear, and luck to make sure that you don't miss out. Right now, I'm going to hope I don't miss out. Can I not lose any forces? We're going to try to not miss out, even if it does us dirty later. Austringers do get to go first. I think we're going to kill that full stack. I don't see how we're going to lose anybody. The dragon's going to do full damage. Skeletons are not going to kill them. They are thick and scaly, 38 defense. They are nearly impervious to the little skeleton's abilities. So too are these cavalries. I don't think we lose one here. It was close. We almost lost one there. But now the Dread Knights, they don't get the good morale. That's not going to happen. And I believe that the Austringers... No, we are going to end up losing 1 cavalry. I don't have a way to stop it at this point. Okay, we will lose 1 cavalry. I'd much rather lose 1 cavalry than 10 more Austringers. Oh, what's this? Never mind. All is well. All is well. And the skeleton opts to not attack the dragon. They recognize that there's nothing they can do against this big, scaly beast. We're going to get out of this fight very cheekily, I might say, with no losses. Very good. Very good. Wynn says, also, let's see. Chris says, Wynn, do you have Wi-Fi, 4G, or 5G on the train? What does the train have internet that you can buy? That's always interesting to me. I know that a lot of the aircraft I've been on, you can buy the Wi-Fi, but it's not free. I don't know why Wi-Fi isn't free everywhere you go at this point. If you have Wi-Fi, just let people borrow your Wi-Fi, dude. Not that big of a deal. We're not going to think less of you. You don't lose anything if you let people borrow your Wi-Fi. Well, okay, there's bandwidth issues. I suppose that that's true, but... Okay, crossbowmen, we're not going to pick these up. We just don't have the slots in the army. Clarissa will be back here. If you don't pick up creatures in a dwelling, they do accrue over time. So these 12 crossbowmen are going to be available next week. There will be 24 available for purchase. So I don't feel like I miss out too much if I don't pick those up right now. Now we have a choice. We can try and head towards these 2 mercenary guilds before the end of the week, or we can pick up this and then hope we make it there. I think that with our bonuses, we should make it here. I think we can do it all. I think we can actually do it all. Why can't I attack you? I'm out of movement points, that's why. Okay. Okay. Gold storage has been visited. Let's go up to here. The western half of the map, there's where my breadbasket is, the place I've already kind of cleared out. And I'd like to continue to handle my business over there if I can. I would like a 3rd hero, and we do see a castle right here in Featherfall, but I really don't think I can take this fight. Maybe in week 3 I can take this fight, but for now I'm worried I'm going to see enemies very, very soon. So I'm just trying to play it safe, play it cautious. On the one hand, I don't mind having the elite griffins. On the other hand, I do like this Vengeful Strike where you do bonus damage with your counter strikes. And we have basic battlecraft, so there's some real good synergy there with Vengeful Strike and your battlecraft. I'm going to take that, and I will pick up the mining for +1 gems per day. Currently we've had none. This will get us up to +1 per day. I will take that, and on to a new day. Star says, what has always been a problem when it comes to the AI trying to evaluate combat results in Heroes of Might and Magic is the spellcasting factor. It doesn't account for all the creative ways magic can be used. That's very, very true. And in fact, other Heroes games in the campaigns, they specifically created the scenario with the AI's capabilities and limitations in mind, which I've really enjoyed, because then as a player, there's a certain level of skill that you can get if you're able to stop the enemy, if you're able to fight a fight well based off of your knowledge of the AI and what they're going to do. And then, of course, that's part of the reason why the Horn of the Abyss competitive scene has been so fun and interesting, is that all of that goes out the window. Everything that you think you know about Heroes of Might and Magic goes out the window when you're playing against another player. And I do like that. I do like that. So I'm sure that Olden Era is going to be quite similar in that way. I'm probably doing myself a disservice, right, by learning the game at this point, because everything I know about Olden Era is probably going to be very, very different. Not if, but when we end up playing against real life competition. So, does that make me sad? Not really. I'm okay with it. I'm good for it. I'm good for it. We've got, oh my gosh, we got 8 attack here, 13 defense there. We're up to 19 attack on these Austringers. We're doing bonus damage against these cavalries. That is insanity. That's insanity. I could do the vulnerability from afar. I'm not going to. I kind of want to do a web, but the problem is I'm not sure how much damage I'm going to end up doing to these guys. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait here. I'm going to do my Find Bolts special ability. We're going to be doing 2 to 3. We're going to kill, what, 6? It was 4. Not that great. They are going to get to go fairly early in the turn order this upcoming round. Even if I slow them, even if I do my web ability, they're still going to be 4 speed. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4. I guess that a web will actually do it. I'm going to invest in the web spell. We're down to 28 spell points, but these guys are going to take 2 turns to get down the battlefield now. That's okay for me. It'll prevent some losses, and that feels great. Dragon then will bide his time. He will wait, knowing that he would like to punch this guy right in his nose, but he will choose not to. He will be a wise and thoughtful dragon. He will appreciate the balance of life and happiness in the pursuit of all things, as all dragons should. A couple things that I like, by the way. Nobody asked, but let me tell you. I appreciate very, very much barbarians in games that are like the wise shamanistic barbarians. And I do appreciate it when dragons are not just bloodthirsty creatures, but, you know, old, wise creatures. I do enjoy those tropes. Those make me happy. Those feel good to me. And if it's not in a game, it's kind of like seeing a waterfall and not having treasure behind it. I've come to expect that sort of, that little nuance to the games. And if it's not there, I'm a little sad. I can't lie. These 50 swordsmen are going to get to go before my Austringers do, so I do want to do the damage before they can go and fight somebody. There's only 3 left. I think it'll be fine. There we go. Cool. Yeah, let's see. Tundar, battery life. Yeah, battery life is a thing. But I don't want to be the guy that just walks around with a spare battery pack. You know, some people enjoy that. Some people do that just so that they always have connection. I don't mind if my phone dies. In fact, it's kind of relaxing if my phone dies. Folks, is it relaxing if you are willing to let your phone die and you're not, like, tethered to it? Let me know. Let me know. And, yeah, cell tower, cell service. It's always tough. It's always tough. Tundar says, I've not been able to get into this Olden Era game. I'm sorry, Fix Fox. No. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. And so really, folks, if you're here for F Heroes 2 and we're playing Olden Era, I will catch you when I see you for F Heroes 2. Please don't feel like obligated to sit through a game that you don't enjoy, right? I really appreciate people being here, but I want you to have a really good time. And if this is not your flavor, that does not hurt my feelings. Really does not. So when we get back to F Heroes 2, I hope I'll see you there, and then we'll just have a couple of different people. There's going to be some overlap, and there's going to be some people that are decidedly for one game or the other, and that doesn't hurt my feelings. So thank you so much for the support, and I appreciate you being here. But yeah, no, go do what makes the most sense for you, please. Please. Mike Jones says, I personally think 5 is better than 3 from a gameplay perspective. If they made Heroes 5 and 3 graphics, that would be awesome. There were some things that Heroes 5 did that I really, really like. Like, for example, I like the multiple hex creatures that are small, medium, and big, and like huge. I really enjoy that. I thought that adds a lot to the tactical battlefield. I haven't gotten into 5 enough to really appreciate 5 for what it is, and I haven't even gotten into the 5.5 mod for that point. And I do need to recognize that I've got so much experience with Heroes 3 that that shouldn't cloud my judgment on whether 5 is the better or the worst game. Isn't it great though in this series that we have so many great entries into the genre, that if you like 5 and that's your favorite, that's the right answer. And if 3 is your favorite, that's the right answer too. And if 2 is your favorite, then you're completely right. Anyway, folks, I don't know if I want to fight this fight. These Watchers, these little Wheatley cores from Portal, they do full damage at range. They do full damage at range. They're constructs, so you can't sleep them or otherwise take them away from the battlefield. Like, you have to just fight them one-on-one. And because this is a creature bank, they're going to be in the corners, and you have to send your forces out to go get them. I think that the losses we would take here would not be worth the 1 Sentinel we would get. I've said that I'm trying to clear out this entire adventure map, but this is not the time. That is not the fight. I will fight all these other fights, but not that one. Starting with this fight. 8? How do I keep losing 8? If I just auto combat every single time and I lose 8, every single time, that is far too many. Looks like I'm gonna get to go first with all my creatures. Yes. So let's just do that. 1, 6. Do we kill 1 to 2? Yes, we do. Perfect. Liches, we're even gonna take out the Liches with no problems. The Cultists might actually be the problem here. The Stringers will deal with the Cultists. So will the Dread Knights, I suppose. I just don't want the Cultists to use their Gaze of the Abyss, Glance of the Abyss, because I'm sure that they'll use it on the Astringers. I'm not too worried about this big bloated Arbitrator. Okay. All right, no losses. How did you lose 8 Astringers there? I don't know. But when I fight the fight, that doesn't happen. Okay, another 10 movement points here. I'm not going to lose the 6 Griffins. I think I can do better. I will cast the 1 web spell on the fastest stack. Yeah, that actually feels exceptionally good, especially because they get stuck on this one bit of terrain. They lose even more movement points that way. Looks like it's going to take 2 turns for the enemies to get down the battlefield. This Bleak Infiltrator stack is the next biggest stack. They are going to be able to reach me next turn, so let's focus on them. They're gone. They're gone. It's good. It's good. All is well and right in the world when your Astringers get double damage. Cool. And at this point, the dragon is going to do so much damage on this double hex attack. We're not going to lose him on the retaliation. We're just too strong. We're too tanky. We're too powerful. We are too je ne sais quoi. And I refuse to hear any other actions from anybody else on the matter. We are simply too je ne sais quoi. We got a certain panache, as it were. Oh, double damage. Double damage. Nothing feels better than double damage. Although, ooh, we did so much damage that the enemy's focus bar filled up, and these Guile Infiltrators used their Shadow Strike ability. Deals basic attack damage to any enemy ignoring their defense. We just lost 15 Astringers, and I feel sheepish. I thought that we had this fight in the bag with no losses. I wasn't even considering that. We took out the big stack of Infiltrators here. We basically turned into ranged combatants in some ways. That feels bad. That feels bad. But I do feel vindicated. Remember, we're still going for Paragon. We're not going to have to take basic economy. We're still going to have expert offense available. Let's go with the expert diplomacy. Art of the deal. Squads take negative 15% gold to join. Let's do that. We don't have economy, but that's okay. And then this neutral creatures gain 100% of the hero's attack and defense as a bonus when they're army. I don't know quite what this means. Folks, tell me what this means. I'm going to get caught up on chat. You tell me what this means, and then we'll figure out if this is good or not. Chris says, have you tried Tundar's 1, 2, 3 Songs of Conquest? It's good and special. I have not yet. Oh, I really ought to try that out, Chris. So let me, is that in Heroes 2 or that is in Songs of Conquest? So it's in Songs of Conquest. I'll have to go take a look at that. I'm excited to find out. Tundar says, I've tried 2 factions in the demo, like 90 minutes of gameplay, just not got into it. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. My son's having a hard time at school. He's been suspended 3 times since September. Tundar, what's going on? Tundar, what's going on with your kiddo? Like, don't share too much, because this is on the internet, and as a parent, like, we try and protect our kids. And I don't want to like embarrass him or anything, you know. But I can imagine that's incredibly difficult, because as a parent, heck, we send our kids to school and we trust that they're going to be safe there. We trust that they're going to be like learning and growing there. And then if they're getting suspended, you're saying, okay, so there's problems at school in a place that I, as a parent, don't feel like I have a lot of power. Like, how do I help things go well at school when, like, I could show up, I could sit in the school in class next to my kid all day? But would that really be helpful or not? Like, that puts you in such a tough place where you're trying to figure out as a parent, like, what do I do? What do I do? So I don't want to push, but I hope you know, happy to talk about it, and I hope that you feel like a lot of care and concern here on my end. And Chris, yeah, it's inspired by Heroes of Might and Magic, but has own mechanics. Oh yeah, you're talking about Songs of Conquest, Chris. I thought you were saying that Chris had made a Songs of Conquest map. Tundar is a great map maker. I was wondering if that's what we were talking about. Maybe he'd made a map. So yeah. But one of the mechanics that Chris likes over Heroes of Might and Magic in Songs of Conquest is that it takes a couple of turns to capture an enemy town. Oh, cool. You have to like siege it. So there's some strategy. Leaving a castle empty is not going to be the end of your life. That's cool. I like that. Did I open the big black mysterious box? I have not yet. It's still there. It's still there, Tundar. It's still there. So I have not opened it yet. I'm waiting. But I will get to it. Guaranteed. Chris has got visitors. We will catch them later. And yeah, Bearded Man agrees. You know, hope that you figure something out there, Tundar. Absolutely hope you do. Okay. Alrighty. Let me do some more of this. Vagrant Army. Did anybody let me know what this does? I don't think so. But Tundar says he's a sweet boy. Wished he was happier. Yeah. Buddy, you and your wife go and enjoy it. We will. You got it. And Bearded Man agrees. Talking about your son. Let's see. Having some ADHD, autism, so struggling with regulating emotions and finding school friendships. Yeah. School is already hard enough. Social interactions are already hard enough. And for me, because I have a brother who's autistic, it's not that he is not smart and kind and caring and loving. It's that there's a communication barrier, right? And he is one of the most positive people I've ever known in my life. You got to take the time to understand him on his level, right? And in social school settings, I mean, kids don't really have the foresight to say sometimes, hey, let's sit down and let's make sure that everybody's having a good time. So that can be really, really hard for somebody where it's like, hey, I'm happy to be social. I'm happy to spend time with you. But it has to, like, it's best if it's done in a certain way for me. So yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. But Beardman says, yeah, school in its modern form is mostly not personalized, which does have a terrible effect on divergent students. Could not have said it better. I could not have said it better myself. I like that. Okay, we're gonna go for Art of the Deal. I don't know what Vagrant is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. Oh, that's kind of cool. There's a Hive Huntress, Thunder Quillins, which is like what, tiered 6 creatures? Tier 6 creatures from Sylvan. That's pretty sick. And there's another one over here. I don't have the, I don't have the forces. Clarissa, come back. I don't want to just dismiss 19 swordsmen. Maybe I should. Maybe I should dismiss a couple of swordsmen. I think that I need another crystal to get the Hive Huntress. I need another crystal to get the Hive Huntress. Heck, I will trade for that. I will get a marketplace here on this day. And then I will continue to build my walls in the other section here. Yeah, but with the one crystal, I mean, here's the thing, folks. Even if I don't want these forces on my army, there is the Chimerologist. I'm going to end up just paying the 2,500 gold, and I'm going to be trading creatures. I'm going to be looking for something better. I will forego the swordsman. Whoops. Nope, don't do that. I'm gonna disband the swordsman. Feels bad. I totally purchased them. And I'm going to trade for the crystal with, I don't know, 1 mercury maybe? Yeah, 1 mercury? Sure, why not? And I'm gonna pick up these Hive Huntress. At some point, I'm gonna trade all these neutral creatures that don't really mix into my army. And I'm gonna see if I can re-roll them into something nice. That's gonna be really cool when that happens. Can we get lucky over here? Can we do this again over here? Losses don't look okay only because I don't want to lose the Dread Knights. Weird Man says, by the way, Quillin is spelled like chillin. Is it said like chillin? So it's not a Quillin. It's chillin. We be chillin. Okay, thank you. There's a lot of different forces in this game that I'm still figuring out how I say it. So like the upgraded undead pet, the red one, Bargeist, is that how you say it? Bargeist? I'm not sure how you say it, you see, is the point. But I'd like to get this more correct than anything. Maybe the best thing I should do is watch other people play the game, so that way I can hear how they say it. But then there's no guarantee that they're saying it right. So I don't know. I don't know the best way of doing this. Goodness, 3 griffins. Oh, I couldn't. Apparently I messed this fight up. Apparently I should not have done what I did, because now I lost the same number of griffins here as I would have otherwise. Whoops, my bad. Oh, and I lost the cavalry. Jeez. Come on, Fix Fox. For the first time, we do see the Hive Huntress. She's getting in there. She's doing damage. Good for her. I'm happy for it. She should be thrilled. I don't know if the Austringers are going to be able to defeat this full stack of 39 cultists, but they're going to do their best. Yeah, not quite. 13 are going to remain. They're going to get cursed. Heck, I will Dragon Breath myself, just so that the angle works out fine. Okay, losses don't look good. My bad. But I am excited to see what's in this mercenary guild. It's pronounced as chillin'. Thank you. Thank you, Bearded Man. Wherever there's an opportunity for me to improve, let me know. Let me know. Does not hurt my feelings. Does not hurt my feelings. Because as I've said before, it is exhausting to pretend. It's exhausting to pretend like you know everything. So I find that I enjoy life a lot more if I don't pretend like I know everything. Alrighty. Still doing okay here, but again, oh, simultaneous turns have stopped. All right, so month 1, week 2, day 7, simultaneous turns have stopped. We are about to that point where I would anticipate that the enemy is close. Now they could pop out of here, which would be bad. They could pop out of here, which would be bad. But I have a little bit of advanced warning over here and a little bit of advanced warning in my other castle. I'm gonna get this other scouting skyship. I want to know if enemies are coming in my direction. I simply must know. Well. This is not a normal playthrough, folks. These Dread Knights weren't free. We didn't purchase them, though. I think I'm going to dismiss them, just so I can get the Vampire Lord Scholars into my army. Sounds crazy. This is one of those times where having 2 heroes would actually be great for me, and I'm missing out. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to try and get this other Mews. But then we're going to probably hit these on the way back one more time. And we'll just see. We will have to wait and see whether or not we can use the Chimerologist very exceptionally. This is a strategy. I don't think that it's going to work for everybody. I don't think it's even going to work for me necessarily, but this building, we're going to make good use of this in just a second. So let's hit end turn. Let's hope that an enemy doesn't come charging through a portal somewhere. Whew. Star is very excited for the Hive faction. Love the design of the Hive Huntress. I wonder how the castle will look. Oh yeah. Oh, I forget. So yeah, because I have, okay. So there is a build out there where I've gotten to see the Hive faction play a little bit. And it does play really, really nicely, by the way. Just in case you're wondering, it does play really, really nicely. I enjoy it. I do enjoy it. We'll take the Thunder Chillin'. Chillin'? We'll take the Thunder Chillin'. And so I'll be excited to see what you think about it, but I think that they're a fun faction. I think that they're interesting. Yeah, I think that they're good. There's nothing here that we need to purchase just yet. Okay, we'll take the Austringers. Glad for it. And the Temple Griffins, I'm gonna come back for that. It is going to be, what's her name that comes back? Yeah, by the end of the week, Clarissa's going to come on back and grab all that for me. This all looks good. This is not as valuable to me as getting another castle. I am going to still go in this direction because it's going to be kind of along the main road. This is sort of along the main road. I'll pick up whatever I can, and then hopefully the enemy doesn't attack me before I get all of my bonuses solved. That's my hope anyway. Let's see. Terlither just got here. What unholy amalgamation of an army do we have here? Hi there. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. It is ugly and gross, but look at this. We've got 2 mercenary guilds here and another one over here. And we also have this Chimerologist. I'm going to hire the high quality troops. I'm going to throw them into a pot and I'm going to see if I can get lucky. That's going to be my hope. And I think it's actually going to be kind of cool. So diplomacy with that other opportunity out there, I think that there's some cool stuff. We're going to see if we can make this work. I don't know. I have no idea if this is going to work well or not, but I'm excited to find out. Time for the marketplace. We did get up to top tier walls, by the way, so it's 100% bonus creatures in this castle here. And now that this other castle is mostly built up, I am going to start working on this other castle a bit more than I have so far. I think that that'll be useful for me to do so. We do have 3 faction law points to spend. I don't know if mining gems is good or not. I think it's kind of not, especially when ranged combat is available to me at the moment. So let's do that. And let's see if an enemy will attack us sooner or later. Stevie is in the chat. Hello, hey FixFox. Happy to catch your stream. Good luck in this scenario. As of now, I was unable to beat it. I mentioned to somebody, I forget who I was talking to, because I talked to so many wonderful people. But we were discussing how in Olden Era, there is a little bit of a struggle because some of these scenarios, I feel like I have to game the system. I feel, unfortunately, like I have to have a strategy that makes the template work for me. And in this case, it is the early economy start with Clarissa. So far so good. I think that we're going to be, I think we're okay. We're going to do okay. We're going to do fine. But I wish I wasn't so reliant on this one particular strategy. How about that? And Tundar with the absolute bomb of awesome, fun FixFox emotes. Hopefully you like those emotes. As I've said before, if there's an emote you can think of that you would also like to see, let me know. I just realized. Should we go for, hold on, should we go for a... Should we get some new Olden Era emotes? I think we should. I think we should get some new Olden Era emotes. I think that'd be not just fun, but cool. Huh. You gave me a new idea. I hadn't even considered that as a possibility until just now, but I'm glad we did. Folks, this is very important. This is a Crystal Iriad. Iriad. They are a very cool unit. I really like them, but I don't like going up against them. Why is that? Crystal Thorns. Whenever an enemy creature or enemy attacks this creature in melee, 1 unit from the attacking stack dies, works on creatures up to tier 6. So it will not affect Huntress, tier 7, will not affect the Dragon, tier 7, will not affect the Vampire Scholar, tier 7, but all these other creatures, I will lose 1 if I attack them. Not my favorite. Not my favorite to go up against. Don't love it. As much as possible, I want to let the Austringers do the work there. But the Dragon's going to go over yonder. I will let them do a little bit of a what do we call this? A butt smush? Okay. We'll do that. And we'll continue to let our forces just kind of whittle these guys down. They're not particularly tough. They're a tier 3 creature. I do like them. They're really fun. But it's just really important that we don't lose any of our creatures here. The whole strategy at this point has really been built around making sure that we prevent losses onto this weird group of tier 7 creatures that we picked up. Tomb of Vigilance, we don't want the Dread Knights, but I do want the +1 defense. Maybe these creatures will join me? No, they're all going to flee? Oh, that's so sad. So sad. 1 Astringer, I'm going to accept those losses. That's fine. I will take the Common Curse. That's going to be a Rope Belt. Hold on, is that for... Yeah, that's another Pauper's Glory. So we got Straw Hat and Last Coin. So there's 2 out of 3. Well, this is 3 out of 6, I suppose, but the new break point is when you get up to 4. So if we get a 4th Pauper's item, we'll be feeling great. Everything else is looking fine. No worries there. Swordsman, we're not going to pick them up, but we will get the Dwelling. And in just a moment or two, folks, we are going to end up needing to take a break because we've been going for about 2 hours here. I am happy to keep playing, but I do recognize I play worse when I don't have a break for a while. So we're going to try and wrap up the next little bit and just get to a good stopping point. I'm probably going to try and get to the Chimerologist and make some adjustments there and then figure out what to do. Shadow Blade, so friendly creatures deal +1 damage. Good for the Austringers. Good for the Austringers. Unstoppable Force. Friendly creatures ignore 10% of the target's defense. We're doing that. 10%. Anytime I see a percentage damage increase or decrease, that just feels like that's never going to be bad for me. So we're going to do that ASAP, as soon as possible. And Clarissa, I do recognize that there's some additional forces we can pick up, we can take. Let's get forces upgraded wherever we can. We will leave here. No, we'll take these guys. We'll leave here. And let's make sure that when we make purchases, it's going to be the Sun's Ages. I'm going to send Clarissa out here so she can start to get some of these other high-tier creatures. In fact, there is a Phoenix available here at the Ritual Pyre. And these Abyssal Envoys, we can turn all these creatures into something else. That's really what I want to do. Let's make that happen. Tendar says we need sprites. You're the Sprightly King. Yay! That's me. I'm the Sprightly King. Only because you made me the Sprightly King. Does that make sense? For anybody that doesn't know, Tendar is a map maker, and one of their maps is Sprightly's King. And the name of the king is a nod to me, which I sincerely appreciate. I really, really do. It tickles my heart to no end. So, yeah, I'm very, very grateful that I get to be in your maps. I'm glad that I'm featured in your maps. It's been really, really fun to be involved with the Heroes of Might and Magic community, and just in general. You end up meeting so many wonderful, fantastic folks, and I'm just grateful for it. Absolutely grateful for it. Let's have Clarissa do this. We need to take one step back. Let's drop off the Inquisitors so we have room for the Phoenix. Murmur Mancers, not too big of an issue. Losses look great. Let's do that. +1 Phoenix. Let's fight. Oh, this is no problem either. The Shoth Riders. They say it'll be a problem. Let's back up. I think that they're not fast enough. Correct. They're not fast enough to reach the Austringers. And I don't think that my forces with 40 defense, I don't think that I need to worry too much about losses on my tier 7 creatures. In fact, I'm a little bit amazed I lost a single cavalry so far. Okay, losses are going to be okay. Which group is going to go first? The big group of 20? Vampire Scholars, I'm going to send them and the Hive Huntress to this top stack. Oh, I can't reach. Too far away. Okay. Hive Huntress will handle it though. Good. And good. And then I'll do the Austringers right here and take out this full stack. Why would you wait? Not sure why the Shoth Riders waited. Not sure why they didn't want to even try to attack me. I'll accept that, but seems like there was an opportunity to do something different and they just chose not to. Okay. Worth noting, you do have to make sure that your Phoenix isn't going to retaliate against yourself somehow, because they got their sweeping strike ability. They will attack whatever creature they're attacking and then do damage to the 2 adjacent hex around that. You gotta keep an eye out for that. I think that there's gonna be a couple of forces in the Sylvan faction that you have to look out for that for. It's gonna be a little bit tricky to deal with. So we get one Abyssal Envoy here. Oh no! I forgot it was a one-time purchase. I forgot it was a one-time thing. I should have left more room in my forces. One Abyssal Envoy now, or 5 cavalry. This seems like this isn't correct, but I'm going to do it anyway because we're going for this big, fun idea, this big strategy over here. Yeah, for some reason I thought that this was every single week I could just purchase the forces. I forgot it was a one-time deal. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's take everybody that I'm going to just sacrifice. Everybody I'm just going to sacrifice. I'll send one Griffin because sure, why not? And Edgar, make it happen for me. Take out this iridescent Abbey for free. Oh, I lost the Griffin. That's so sad. Oh, I did not want to click that. Right here, I just want to end the battle without fighting the fight. I still want that. I still want that. Because the AI says I lose no forces. I'm inclined to agree with them. And just because I misclicked one time, now I have to fight this whole battle. Feels kind of bad. I will go melee attack with the vampires. Blah. Blah. But at least we get to see all these forces fight once before... at least we get to see them all fight once before we turn them into the big Chimerologist soup, right? Because that's what the Chimerologist does. It turns these creatures into soup, and it makes them become something new. So it's nice to actually see what they do before they get all soupified. Which is not to be confused with that really cool song from Disturbed. I get soupified. It's all the same. We say living in denial. Ooh, good luck from the Phoenixes. We actually kind of hurt our dragon a little bit there. Nifty, nifty. And I do want the Chillins to back off. I don't want them to take any damage. The Abyssal Envoys and the Hive Huntress are going to be a little too far away. So be it. We're not even going to lose a Griffin this time. This whole fight was just so we wouldn't lose a Griffin. Have you noticed? That was the whole reason I fought this fight, I guess. Phoenix will back off. Dragon can take the hits. And who wants to finish these guys off? It looks like it'll be the Hive Huntress. Looks like it'll be the Abyssal Envoy. Cool. Alrighty, there we go. Go there. Tundar says, I ordained you. I'm just picturing Tundar behind me, putting a crown on my head. Just like, here you go. You're the king. Well, I didn't vote for you. There was no voting. I was just ordained in the best way possible. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. We're close. Again, we're going to go to the end of this. We're going to go at least until I get my forces turned into soup. And then we'll figure out where to go from that. I don't think I need the resource depot. I think I definitely want to invest in other forces. So we need 2 crystal. What's her name's still got to go get the gingerbread house. The gingerbread house is not too far away. I don't know. Artifact merchant, 2,500 gold. It seems like it's kind of a low investment. I don't know. Wooden common ring. That can be good because it's a 4th piece of the Hopper's Glory. Keeper's amulet, +2 defense. Eagle armor, +5 morale and luck. Holy shoot. Protected belt, negative damage taken. Folks, we are picking up this eagle armor as soon as possible. Oh my goodness. Look how expensive this is. 392 non-precious resources, 196 precious resources. It would take more gold than we have now. I wonder if you could trade it for every other artifact you have. That's crazy. That's an artifact that is +5 luck, +5 morale. I've never seen that before. That is cool. I love that. Oh, I love that. That's so awesome. Okay. I'll do New Day. Whew. We're already looking forward to F Heroes 2 Olden. Yeah, man. Sure, why not? Something happened. Something happened. Sister Keiri. 8 attack, 8 defense, 10 spell power, 6 knowledge. Looks like it is a Schism hero faction. They've taken Altrine, but they're going back up the road this direction. If they go this way, then I'd be very concerned. It looks like that's not the case, for which I'm very happy. We will pick up the gold. 3,000 gold, okay. And I'm guessing, I've seen that the enemy will often do this. If you don't have a skyship purchased, they will often purchase it. I'm guessing that the enemies can see us right now. I'm guessing that they can see us right now. No ifs, ands, or buts. If I had to guess, I'd say that's what's happening. All right, folks, for the first time, we come to the Chimerologist's laboratory. Now, any creatures I put on the altar, they will get turned into soup, and then they will get returned to me. It costs $2,500 gold to do this conversion process, but I think that the way this works is that you get forces equal to the internal value of these forces. I don't think it can go too much below. I'm excited because this is a lot of tier 7 creatures. My morale is horrible. By turning this all into one clumped stack, I could get a temple faction unit. I could get any type of units. I don't know what this is going to be. This is gambling, and gambling's not good. But I have to try this. Whew. We go from 1 Ashen Dragon up to 4. So there was 2 Vampire Lords. There was the 1 dragon we got. 2 Vampire Lords, the 1 Hive Huntress. Basically, we just turned these other forces into 4 Ashen Dragons. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. For 2,500 gold, I could totally do this again. I could leave the forces here, I could click convert, and we could roll the dice again. I'm going to stick with 4 Ashen Dragons because I don't know if I'm going to get something better. That's really cool. That feels really, really cool. I like the Chimerologist slab, especially when there are nearby mercenary camps. That's pretty nifty. Very cool. Life of Brian style, coconut steeds. He was not afraid to die, brave, brave Sir Robin. Yes, yes indeed. I think it seems very good. I think that this Chimerologist lab is pretty nifty. I do enjoy it. We need to get forces. Clarissa's actually got a... I do want her to pick up forces along the way back, but I do want her to end up here in a day or two. let's grab Swordsman. Here. Get the Mews, at least this one. Maybe not this one, but at least this one. And maybe the Inquisitors. If I can, I'll get the Inquisitors. Let's purchase an upgraded dwelling here. Let's go for... I kind of want these Mother Superiors, but I'm missing the alchemical dust. Maybe I should save my alchemical dust for my Radiant Forge. At this point, I'm getting 5 dust a day. That's 10 turns. In 2 weeks, I can get the upgraded Angels, or I can just wait. 40 alchemical dust for the upgraded Light Weavers, 50 alchemical dust for the upgraded Cavalries, 75 alchemical dust for the upgraded Mother Superiors, Excommunicators. Angels are pretty good. It'll depend on tempo. I think that this is a choice of tempo. Like, if I get the Griffins right now, there's a lot of power there. I think that the upgraded Griffins can actually win me some fights that I otherwise might not be able to take. If the enemy turns around and they come for me, or if enemies come out of this portal, or if they come from the northeast, then I think that I'm going to be obligated to accelerate my timeline. But otherwise, for now, I will accept where I'm currently at. And I'm just going to hold on to my alchemical dust. I'm not going to make any trades there. We only do have the 8 ore at the moment. But again, like we said earlier, let's start to make some upgrades here. So Griffin Rookery, we're going to do that purchase. We do need 2 crystal for this other mage guild. As soon as Clarissa drops off these forces, she's going to go to the gingerbread house. Let's go on to a new day. Let's see what Orange does. And then this is going to be where we start. Oh, here they are. Here they come, boys. The timeline has been accelerated. The timeline has been accelerated. Folks, we are still going to take a break. We are just leaving you on the edge of your seat, but this hero is looking pretty tough and pretty nasty. They've got Sentinels, Phoenixes, they got some low-level Schism forces. I think that with my Austringers and with all the forces that are remaining here, not to mention my 4 dragons, I think that we've got some opportunities. We're going to still wait here, though, but before I do anything, let me take a break. Okay, so with that being said, we are going to set the timer for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Bye. Okay, we are back. Alrighty, folks, so let's do a quick recap. So we are only at month 1, week 3, day 5, which is in the FairNSquare template that we're currently playing. That's pretty far, right? In the sense that the enemies generally have first contact with you by about week 3. Well, congratulations, we are officially on time for that. So Orange has worked their way up here. There's 1, 2, 3 heroes. They're right in our face. They're ready to go. And we have spent a lot of time getting these neutral dwellings like the Ritual Pyre for Phoenixes and the Boreal Call for the Abyssal Envoys, and then creatures from these mercenary guilds. We've picked up all these forces, and then we've taken them to the Chimerologist, where Lord Edgar was able to turn these into 4 of these Ashen dragons. So even though we don't have some high quality creatures in like various amounts at the moment, we were able to consolidate our forces. This is our main castle right here in Merida. I think that I'm going to have Clarissa just take these forces and facilitate whatever trades we need to at the moment. We're going to accelerate our timeline. We're going to make sure that we have the very best troops to fight this upcoming fight. And that's going to include making sure that we have an upgraded dwelling. So are we going to want to go for upgraded Griffins, upgraded Light Weavers, upgraded Cavalries? Kind of depends. What do we have available? It'll be, let's see, we have 21. Let's see, it'll be about 70 Griffins we could get. It'll be about 18 of the Light Weavers. It'll be about 6 of the Cavalries. We are way too far away from getting the upgraded Inquisitors. So I think that the Griffins is going to be the very, very best upgrade for us. Let's go with this Griffin Rookery. So upgrading that is going to cost 30 of our alchemical dust. I'm going to plan on finding more alchemical dust outside of my starting area. So when it comes time to get the Radiant Forge and then Radiant Forge 2, I'm just going to assume that we will have enough ability to make that happen. The question is now going to be, do we want to go for Temple Griffins or do we want to go for the Guardian Griffins? So Temple Griffins, you're going to get an additional 6 speed, an additional, well, 2 speed, 3 initiative. Okay. Temple Griffins, you get less speed and initiative, but you get more defense and attack. And more importantly, I think with the Temple Griffins, you've got endless counterattacks. Sure, that's wonderful. But with the Guardian Griffins, you got the ability to do the Loyal Protector ability. So if an adjacent enemy creature attacks one of your friends, then you get to attack them. I think that this is actually going to be pretty useful. With my big Astringer stack, I think that the Guardian Griffin here is going to be pretty useful. So they got a little bit of better stats in some ways. They're slower. They're not meant to go down the battlefield and deal damage. I'm going to go with these Guardian Griffins just because my big Astringer stack has been very, very useful. And as we've mentioned before, it's not going to be the guard captains we go for. We're going to go straight for these Aegis. Again, we're going to go into a defensive position. We're going to try and play around our Astringers. So Sun's Aegis, Astringers, Temple Griffins, and then a bunch of other forces. We have the gold for it. Do we have the gold for it? Yes, we do. These forces are in big supply. And then let's take a final peek here. We've got a rope belt. Okay, 1, 2 Pauper's Glory items. You know, there's actually a third here. Let's have Clarissa do this one more time. Let's move all these forces over. Just like so. There's all these items here, but we did see just a moment ago that there's actually, hold on, don't do that, that there is in the artifact merchants, there is this wooden ring for the +1 morale. I'm gonna see if I can purchase this. 24 gems, that's, I mean, you know, it's more than I got. Do you want, ooh, for all the gold. Ooh, that's not good. Heck, at this point, given that my faction laws, I can actually get additional gems, I almost kind of wonder if it's not better to trade gold for gems, for 3 gems, just so I can get this wooden ring. Because what that'll do for me then is that then I'll have the additional stats from the Pauper's Glory artifacts. So, +1 defense, +1 knowledge, +1 luck. That artifact will give me +1 morale. And then together, that'll give me an additional 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge, 1 morale, and 1 luck. I think that that's actually worth trading for. So let's go back into the castle. Let's do a little bit of a trade here. I think I'll trade 1 of my available free units of wood. And then the other 2 are going to be just gold. Here we go. Very expensive. Don't love this. I think that you can definitely say that Fix Fox, you're crazy. That's not a good decision. I don't think that you'd be wrong, right, by saying that. I think that there's some definite drawbacks to what I'm doing here. But for now, this feels okay to me. Right. That means that Edgar is ready to go. This is as tough as you're going to be, sir. As tough as you're going to be. Whew. Whew. Tundar says, I wonder if we will have King George the 7th in our lifetimes. He's second in line, so he's like 8. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, I wish I honestly, I do not pay attention as much as maybe I should to politics overseas. Maybe I should. All right, folks, this is the time. This is the fight. We've got 10 attack, 17 defense, 6 spell power, 9 knowledge. We do have, it looks like, 65 spell points to play around with. And then this enemy hero, 9 attack, 8 defense, 10 spell power, 6 knowledge. They got pretty good forces. I think we're going to blow them out. But the important thing is that we win the fight, and then we continue on up the way and just clean out orange for all that they're worth. So it says that we win. Let's make sure that we do even better. Temple Griffins right here, good. Sun's Aegis here to help cover up the Astringers, good. I will keep the Dragons in the middle. I'll keep the Light Weavers to the bottom, but 1 hex back. Let's see what the enemy has. Ooh. Umbral Grip. Masterful Umbral Grip. 580 damage. We just lost 58 Astringers, and it felt like it was for nothing. That feels bad. That feels horrible. Let's never do that again. They got 10 of these Mandashioths. Oh, Unthinkable Shoths. That's tier 4 creatures. They do have 1 of the Sentinels of Glory. Tier 7 creature. Okay. 70 of the Stinging Raw Shoths, 64 of the Agashoth Riders, 89 of the base level Agashoths, and then 149 of the Bodri. This is the upgraded cultists. So they don't have a terrible fighting force. I just know that I'm superior. I just know I'm superior. Star says, oh. And Bearded Man, the Umbral Grip was super nasty. Yeah, a very gripping spell, as Wynn says. Definitely. Well, here's my thing. I can attack with my dragons now. I don't know if that's worth it. They have 1 stack of ranged. No, they have no ranged creatures. Yeah, they got 1. They've got the Stinging Raw Shoth. I don't think I care about these 70 Raw Shoth. I just don't think I care. I think I want the enemies to come down the battlefield and try and deal with me face to face. I'm just gonna wait here and hope I can get enough focus points for my Dragonflight ability in just a moment. So let's hope that she doesn't have Thaumaturgy and cast another crazy spell at me. Looks like there was a skip, another skip. Folks, it's all skips. Skips all the way down. Okay. We're setting ourselves up for a really nasty AoE damaging strike there. Guardian Griffins took the damage from the Raw Shoth. Kind of interesting. And it looks like due to the range, and also looks like due to, I don't know, just damage and such, we are not doing as much damage as I would have hoped. I think that killing 7 to 9 of the Shoths is probably a good decision here. The Agashoth Riders are a pretty good unit. Light Weavers, they do have the Inner Light ability. Increases friendly creatures' attack and defense by 5. I don't know if I can actually cast that on the dragons. They are immune to all spells. So the answer is probably not. Otherwise, I'd consider doing it there. If I just get the damage off, then at least I can get closer to a focus point charge. 110 damage, 140. This Phoenix has got 300. Gotta kill these cultists. It's amazing that 190 damage only kills 12 cultists. That feels bad. Alternatively, I can do 190 damage here, or due to range, I can do 250 something there. I'll do the 250 something there instead. I will do that. And the Shoths are going to get down the battlefield. I think I can kill them with the dragons. Yeah, I think that they're going to move themselves to right about here. That's actually kind of bad because then I can't get the AoE damaging attack off. I can't do a double hex attack due to terrain. I'm gonna move forward though with my troops. I am gonna move forward. I will kill most of the stack of the cultists. I'll end up taking damage not once but twice. The angel or the sentinel goes down. I'll do my damage with my cavalry. Where are the riders gonna, or the Shoths gonna go? Yeah, they do go for the griffins and we retaliate for full damage. Perfect. And then I will do the, should I do the bunt stomp or should I just do the full stack of damage here? Tell you what, let's just take out all the Shoths. We kill the entire stack and we feel great for it. Phoenixes get their AoE damaging strike ability. Another 19 Temple Griffins from the Umbral Grip. Ouch. Big ouch. Not great. Not great at all. Next in the turn order is going to be their riders. Let's take them out with a butt stomp and good morale. And then from here, I think that I can just trust that my Griffins are going to kill half the stack, and then followed up by the captains, or rather the Aegis and the Austringers. Okay. Ah! My 2 power stacks are gone. We lost half of our Austringers and we lost half of our Griffins. Like, to be fair, this was the enemy's toughest hero. Like, this is Orange's toughest hero. So that's good. But there's still 2 enemies out there. I don't know, folks. I don't know. Well, something horrible has happened. Oh, are we finally figuring out this template? Wynn says. I think so. I think so. We got to go for the strong economy with Clarissa or with Clastor. But if we do, I think that we got a good strategy. Something bad has happened. We've been going for Paragon. And for the Paragon special ability, we got Expert Battlecraft. We've got Daylight Magic. We've got Diplomacy. So we've got 1, 2, and 3. We need 4 and 5 in order to get to Paragon. Yeah, we need these last 2 slots to be filled up with the best stuff. And we just don't have it. So at this point, the dream for Paragon is dead. I think that we ought to continue, or we ought to consider our next best opportunity. Do you want access to all spells without the corresponding School of Magic, or do you want recruitment? I think that just having access to top tier spells is so good. I'm gonna go with basic intelligence. And look at this. Hey, didn't I just purchase that from the artifact merchants? Oh, my bad. But we pick up the Shoddy Shield for +2 defense. That's pretty good. Yeah, common ring, wood ring. Yeah, we just purchased this for all of our gems. That feels bad that we missed out on that. But they also had some of the Pauper's Glory going on here. Borloth's Hand and Borloth's Heart. These don't ever combine into each other, but they do allow you to like infinitely upgrade them with alchemical dust, which is kind of nifty. I do want to let go of this tail just so I can put in this magic mirror. I want to have max mana as much as possible with Edgar. He's already at like half mana, so let's try and keep him happy. And for all these enemies that are just got minor heroes or minor forces left, we're going to defeat them and they're going to just suffer. Yeah, I'm going to accept these losses. Six Austringers feels fine. 10 alchemical dust feels great. Another loss with the troglodytes, very good. Lifeblood Fairy, magic scroll. What is the magic scroll? I wish it would tell me. Thick hide, unnatural calm, haste. Might actually consider putting haste in at some point. For now, I'm going to take this castle, and the losses should be fine. They are. And now we've got the ability to get a third hero. Finally, it's only taken this long to finally get a third hero. I'm finally feeling good about this start. The other two playthroughs, we would have already been dead by now. So we've moved on. We've learned from our mistakes, and FixFox is finally figuring out how to play Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. Windowella says, strong recommend the recruitment since it allows you to transfer troops at higher levels. It does. Like the recruitment special ability is so very good. I love tier 5 spells. I love them. I love that all secondary skills in Olden Era so far are feeling pretty good. Folks, which are the secondary skills that you want the least? That is a conversation I want to have, because I think that there's a lot you could say, yeah, I really want this secondary skill, or I want this secondary skill. Which are the ones that you're just like, no, that's bad and I never want to see it ever? Let me know about that, because I'm very interested. Where does this go? This is a rare item. Where does it go though? I want it to, oh, it goes down here. If you mouse over, it can barely highlight. I need the highlight to be stronger so I can see things initially. This is a belt. This is a common item down here. Yeah, I need things to be a little bit more easy for me to see. We'll get rid of Vengeance for now. We'll keep Vulnerability. That could be pretty good. But the +1 HP to all my creatures is pretty good. And I will take the time to upgrade this to the Solar Temple immediately. And let's carry on our way. Let's see, CV says, will you try again the Great War scenario in Heroes 2? I saw your VOD and it looks like it was quite a challenge. Was that Great War 1 or Great War 2? Because I feel like we completed Great War 2, but I think the Great War 1, I think we got partway through it and then I don't remember what happened. Oh, I saved over the file. Yeah, that's what happened. I accidentally saved over the file like a silly person. And I was very, very sad when I realized my error. I feel silly now just saying it to you. Like, come on, FixFox, are you a professional or not? I want to be a professional, I just wasn't here. Allows the hero to use a special global map spell, Mythic Magic Scroll. This could be Dimension Door, this could be Town Portal, Town Gate thing. This could be anything. I don't know what this is, but I really want this. But these are like 20 to 50 of the Hive Mothers. There's no way that that's a good idea to try and defeat them, right? It says it's a difficult battle. I'm going to agree with that. I don't think I've got that in my backpack. I think instead we ought to just carry on. Holy crap, what's this? Primal Tome allows the hero to cast all primal spells. That mixed with the basic intelligence feels pretty good. For what, these guys? Inquisitors and what are you? Mother Superiors are the blue ones, and then these ones are the Excommunicators. That's a lot of hit points. That's so many hit points. I don't think I have the damage to chew through all that. There's a free hero in this cage. If I can go through these Abyssal Envoys, I think I will. These aren't the Abyssal Envoys, these are the upgraded ones, but I will go through them. I'll go through them. But yeah, for the Great War, I think that I ought to go back to that. I think that there's a lot of Heroes 2 scenarios I need to revisit, but oh my gosh. I have it on good authority that the newest F-Heroes 2 patch is going to include random map generation, making infinite replayability in F-Heroes 2. So I don't know, we might end up playing a lot of randomly generated maps in F-Heroes 2 for the foreseeable future. I'm not saying it's a positive or guaranteed one way or the other. I don't know. I'm still figuring this out. We're gonna have to wait and see to see if this upcoming patch is going to include that or not. It's quite possible that we're going to be playing a lot of randomly generated F-Heroes 2 maps in the very near future. So I'm kind of excited for that. We will see what happens there. Okay, this is a victory. Losses look terrible. Let's see if we can do better. Win says, in short, get them early on higher levels before they outscale. I think so. I think that they kind of overstepped a little bit in this scenario, which feels fine for me. I will let them overstep all day, every day. But then also I think that like we've really tried to use our early game Austringers to clear out the map without taking major losses. Like, we didn't even fight the enemy in our castle. I've seen other people say, oh, I have to have my castle in order to prevent major losses. And that is true. There's always going to be a strategy at play, I think, that involves us as players waiting for the enemy to attack us in castles because the castles are so valuable. I think that there's going to be some other opportunities too. I think there's going to be a couple of other opportunities. Cavalries, I don't really want to attack. I'm just going to go for full defensive maneuvers there. With the dragons, the dragons have to do some damage. So not once, but twice. Oh, I can do a butt smush. 240 to 260 damage. But it's to 2 stacks instead of 1, and it'll push them away. Let's do that. It'll kill 3 envoys. That's pretty good. And they're just a little bit further away from the Austringers. Yeah, I think that they would have been able to reach if I hadn't done that. We will wait. Let's see where they go and attack with this. You do what? Area strike? Cute. I'm glad I know that now. But if I let them attack here, okay, let's don't do that. No. Don't do that. Please. Don't do that. I love it when I get surprised. That feels really good, actually. Getting surprised in Olden Era is my new favorite thing. I forgot. Summoning Rite, Overseer. They can summon a stack of Abyssal Overseers to that dead stack, and then they immediately got to take their turn. Dang it. These guys are a pain in my side. I love it. I lost so many Austringers there for nothing. Good luck. Okay. All right, well, we just learned something important. Don't clump up around these Overseers. I think that we probably already knew that, but now we definitely aren't going to forget it ever and ever again. All right, what were the losses? Yeah, 8, 4, 13, and 1. It was fine, but it's just funny. Win says tentakills. Yeah, lots of tentakills. And what was the prize? Carrion Pile. I'm not going to actually fight that. I don't think that the units are that good. But we will pick up this extra hero. King of Kings. He's level 15. He's actually technically better than my hero right now. Yeah. Expert recruitment. Defense, tactics, sorcery, nightshade, advanced, offense. Yeah, he's a good hero, surprisingly. He's gonna be my best secondary hero now, I think. But I mean, more than that. I mean, level 15, he's good. I wonder if the heroes in the cages can only be as good as your top hero. It's just weird that he's at level 15 and Edgar's also at level 15. That's a little bit strange to me. Well, I'm going to have him go back and grab some stuff. There's gold. There's some more gold up here. Clarissa's got stuff to do. She needs to go to the gingerbread house, if nothing else. Where is that? Over here. But then that leaves Edgar free to continue to travel on. What does this do? This is a +2 sight radius head torch. Do I have a head item? I do have a head item, but that doesn't mean you can't put it on at the last second before you fight a fight. We'll go through the riders for the +1 knowledge. Didn't need to fight that fight. I don't think I'm going to lose a dragon here. I think I could just hit skip a couple of times. Oh, they wait too. 7 to 10. Nice. 19? 10. Okay. 10? 10. Perfect. Window Ellis says the recruitment comes anyway. Hallelujah! Yeah, because as a secondary hero, he can still make good use about that. Well, but he doesn't. I didn't get to pick the sub skills. If the hero's in a city at the start of the week, growth of all creatures in that city increases by 50%. He's got to immediately go here. Oh my gosh. It's day 6. It'll be day 7 tomorrow. Can he reach? If he can reach, we're going to be golden. He might be able to reach. Oh, that's awesome. Extra 50% growth from direct supervision. So only creatures in that city increase by 50%. That's awesome though. That's going to be great. And then the other, he does have the relocation. He's got the relocation. That's perfect. It allows interaction with any controlled city once per day, enabling the transfer of creatures to or from that city. Perfect. Could not have gone any better. Heroes in the cage scale by guard strength. Okay, that makes sense too. I like that too. Well, we are low on resources, which is not my favorite, but we will get at least up to the Radiant Forge first thing next week. That's the plan anyway. First thing next week. Yeah, first thing next week. I will trade for the resource depot. I could use the resources. I could always use the resources at some point. And then in this other castle, last time we upgraded the Solar Temple, if I get one more, I don't know, if I got one more action law point, I could do resource riches number 2 for 10 wood, 10 ore. I might want that. Then again, I might just want to save up for Architect's Mastery. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm out of resources, so we must let Edgar do whatever he wants to do for the rest of this, and then we'll go from there. Boots travel plus 10 movement points. Pretty good. Pretty good. Orb of Twilight. All heroes' Nightshade spells have +1 levels. That's good for my web, because I purchased the web on my other mage guild. He can trail your main hero and supply stuff, to be honest. I think he can. He could do a really nice job of that. They still want him to get back for the growth just at the beginning of this week, though. All right, let's go attack the Chillins. The Chillins like a villains. Says it's a victory, says the losses are horrible. Let's do this fight. Yeah, and now that we have... Okay, if you have only one hero, your strategy changes massively. If you only have 2 heroes, you can have a little bit more flexibility in where that second hero goes. 3 heroes is about the level of comfort you can get away with and play like a normal Heroes of Might and Magic game, I think. So what I mean by that is, like, yeah, I think you're going to be able to do the things you need to do, make some of the plays that you really, really want to make the plays on. But otherwise, I think there's just some general struggle until you can get that second or that third castle in this mode anyway. I'm going to web this, Chillin. Are you not affected by this at all? What? Mist Form. Ignores obstacles, takes negative 25% damage till the end of the round. Does not end the turn, can be used after Awaken. Scintillating Scales. Deals 50% magic damage. Okay. Lightning Fast. Creatures immune to all effects that restrict movement. Okay. Well, somebody just wasted their turn. I'm glad that we noticed. Okay. I'm more worried about the Chillins than anything. Let's do that. We'll attack here. I will attack this top stack with the Astringers. I'm hoping I can get a nice butt stomp with the dragons. It does seem like a pretty useful opportunity anyway. Guard captains for Aegis, I do want to keep them back. Same here. Same here. Will the Chillins go into one big formation? They kind of do. There we go. We're going to get a nice butt stomp right there. So we'll do Dragon Flight to here. We'll kill 4 to 5 in multiple stacks. Very good. And now we got this double hex strike here where we're going to kill basically 2 stacks. That's a pretty good turn. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Heroes of Might and Magic. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. There's my Temple Griffins getting the damage off for the enemy attacking the ranged fellow. We'll kill almost 1 here. Yeah, almost 1 there. Not sure what the Murmurmancers are going to do in just a second or not. Griffins will kill too. They do. Looks like the Murmurmancers can't reach, but what are their abilities? Swarm of Bees deals 200 damage to the target enemy. I think just because of that. Yeah, just because of that. 5 initiative, 6 initiative. I'm gonna spend for an early start here on the Astringers. I will go see if I can do some damage. Oh, cool. We will kill a couple here. Not many, but a couple there. Oof, big losses. And then the big stack of 26 down to 17. We got good luck twice in a row. Will the guard captains take all this damage? Not quite. It looks like they did cast Swarm of Bees once. So kind of, I'd always prefer to trade Swordsmen for Astringers. But our big Astringer stack is down to only 40. If we... Our biggest Astringer stack is only down to 40. That's not really a power stack anymore. Like the Griffins, it's not a big power stack anymore. And by the way, it doesn't help that we lost most of our Sun's Aegis because somebody doesn't know how to not to flame breath their own friends. Goodness gracious. Yes, indeed. Even in a turn-based strategy game, misclicks do happen. 62 and 24. I did not realize that was going to be that bad. We will take the Advanced Intelligence. I'm not going to take the Genius because it might be possible that we find... It might be possible that we find the Sigil of Eredor and we get to abuse the Sigil of Eredor. Let's see if we can find that in a little bit. Otherwise, we got Eagle Eye, Astrology. Let's actually go for Astrology. Learning neutral magic at lower levels. Then again, Eagle Eye. As a secondary skill, Eagle Eye, or rather as a sub-skill, Eagle Eye might be good. I don't know, we're gonna have to just take a look at that. Bearded Man, legendary misclick of the week. Thank you, I appreciate that. We should have, oh, that should be a new YouTube short situation. Every single week we do a new YouTube video where it's misclick of the week. Hopefully we don't have one every single week though, that'd be a little bit bad. Win says, man, wishes for an undo button in real life. Yes, I do. In real time, 1000%. River's in the chat. Hello, River. Nice to have you here. I won as Undead on 200% without building a city. Nice. So you just used, you just took neutral dwellings and you did diplomacy? How did you do it? Let me know. Let's see. We will go for Eagle Eye. No, we'll go for astrology. We'll go for astrology. It just sounds good to me. Trickle Life should be an easy win. Nope. Nothing is easy. Nothing easy, folks. Nothing easy. At this point, the Lightweavers are actually better than the Austringers, which is very sad to say. Everybody can reach everybody except for this group of Hoplets. You want to kill the Ravager Locust first? Let's take them out. So many Locusts. Yeah, very good. Black Temple Griffins, they can kill most of these creatures. We're going to do a web down here just to try and keep some of my forces a little bit safer. Looks like it's not going to really work. Heroic Strike will kill 8. Okay. I don't think that the Hoplets are as big of an issue as the Locusts because they're double hex attack, or rather double strike. Yes, they're going to strike once, twice. Once, twice. Not my favorite fight. Not my favorite fight, but at least we'll take out this full stack before they get to do any damage. That's good. Dragons will get a nice double hex attack in just a moment or two. The Stringers just need to wait. Do nothing, my friends. Kill 2 Hoplets. 12 Hoplets. And dead. Okay. Yeah, but again, like, it's one of those times I wish I had like a rewind life spell because those 14 Astringers, that hurts every single time. And I'm not doing as good of a job at not losing any creatures as I would like. I would like to lose 0 creatures every single fight. And there's times where I'm struggling with that. Absolutely struggling with that. Don't really need this little clump. I kind of want to get back on the main road. Because I know that orange is out here somewhere. I want to deal with orange before they get the chance to regroup. It is day 6. We will see what they do in just a moment or two. I could go for resource riches now. We got enough points. If I got resource riches now, what would I get? Would I get the Hippodrome? No. Well, maybe. Maybe. I think I'd get a Mage Guild. So I can get the Sundrop Chapel tomorrow. I think I would do that. It's so expensive, though. It's so expensive. I'll do it. I will do it. Not my favorite thing, but we will do it. Yeah, and instead of the Hippodrome, we'll go for the Mage Guild today, and then tomorrow we will go for my friends and yours, the Lightweavers. On to a new day. Wynn says the only easy things are deals with the devil. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. And in this scenario, that is the opposite of what we want to do. I have not yet played, or even really attempted, the devil is in the details scenario from Born of the Abyss. But I'd kind of like to. I'd love to get destroyed on that a time or two. I think that'd be pretty fun. I'm just saying. We purchased this Mage Guild just to get the Sundrop Chapel, but we are missing 3 Mercury. Clarissa, did you ever pick up the Gingerbread House? No, you did not. There's my Mercury. Very good. And then at this point, I think that I don't need to actually save her here. We're going to use the relocation from King of Kings in a moment or two. I do want her to go over here where she can pick up Griffins. Oops. 1, 2. I do want these 2 dwellings. Let's send her back. That was me being too hasty. She can pick up the Magic Garden, these 2 dwellings, and then she'll pick up all this and she'll clear through to this point with as many forces as she can. Okay. Okay. On to a new day. Yeah, let's just travel up the road. I love these free things. I don't know. I may never come back. I may never come back. I don't think I really care about the Medusa. It just feels bad to purchase troops and then not have a way of getting them off my hero. I will take this just for the experience points because Edgar scales with experience anyway. Like, that's what you want. So let's fight the fight in this way. That should actually help things go much better if we're just smart with our time and our energy. I think it'll be better. We're almost up to 3 focus points. I'm not going to attack with the dragons. I'm just going to do the butt stomp. Looks like the enemies are going to be right on top of us first thing in the morning. I'm going to save spell points for a moment or two. Just for a moment or two. I guess I could attack now. Should I attack now? Level 16? No. I don't think so. They're going to be able to reach with their long reach attack in just a second, though. They will be able to reach with their long reach attack. We'll take the damage. We'll lose 6 of the Temple Griffins there. I don't want to lose any of the Cavalries at the moment. They're already too fragile of a stack. They're already so fragile of a stack. Okay. Let's do this. We'll kill basically a whole stack. Yeah, let's kill basically a whole stack. Great, let's do that. And then because we didn't take any retaliations, I think now, with the good luck, we're for sure not going to lose a single other force. Now with 4 to 5 here, the damage is fine. Basically, it'll just be the Temple Griffins. This stack of dragons is absolutely carrying this game for us at the moment. And remember, we only picked those up because we were able to trade creatures in at the Chimerologist. Very happy that we've been able to do that. It's day 7, and folks, we see Iridis, enemy city. This might be their main castle? Question mark? Maybe? Probably not, but maybe. Objective captured? No, this is just a satellite office, as it were. But this does give us an opportunity for a new hero that we can purchase. There are some nearby forces. I'm going to fight this fight. For a Pandora's box, I will definitely fight this fight. Let's see where this takes us. Losses actually look totally acceptable. I'm just going to accept this. 5 and 1. That's totally fine for me. We will pick up the expert intelligence. We already have somebody with recruitment. So now we've got access to all spells. Do we want the plus 25% bonus mana? Kind of. New global map spell, convert movement points into mana. We're going to go with rhythmic cadence in that direction. This is right here. You know what? I'm going to just hire a new hero. Mary Elias. What's up, my guy? Always nice to see the adventure map neutral specialist walking around here. 10 missing reavers. I feel like these are better than somebody here. At this point, they're better than the Austringers. At this point, they are better than the Austringers. So let's just mix and match our forces. I will leave. Will I leave anybody here? I will. I'm going to drop all these forces just so that way Mary Elias can wander off into the wild blue yonder. They do have reinforcements as well. I guess that he could reinforce troops to here. On day 1, I could bring all these troops from here to there. And then Mary Elias could reinforce from there to there? Is that how that works? If that works, it sounds great. I don't know if that's how that works, though. Wynn says getting mercury poisoning from my gingerbread. That's a good one. I like that. Gingerbread house gives you the resources and we get the mercury poisoning. That's clever. I like that. Okay, we're going to get the Sundrap Chapel, like we talked about. What else can we get? This all looks okay. We do want to invest in this Mage Guild. This is going to be where we get our Radiant Forge this upcoming week. And in the new temple area, tell you what, let's grab this Griffin Rookery. More so than the bank. We should get a bank in every single place. Oh, we really should. For now, I'm just going to focus on exterior dwellings. Those are going to get gold for me. And then in these ones, I'm still going to try and get troops. I don't know if it's going to be good or not, but we'll see. And then, yeah, so Mary Elias, I was going to bring him. I was just going to send him a second ago. But now I think I'm going to wait. Yeah, now I'm going to wait one day, and then he'll turn into a scout first thing in the morning. Let's go on to month 1, week 3, day 7, on to month 1, week 4, day 1. Cool. Turn begins. Nothing special. Oh, week of luck. So all heroes' luck is maximized. That's kind of cool. Is that good for the Temple faction? That's probably better for some other factions. There's probably some other factions that do even better with that than I do, but I think I can do a lot with luck. Yeah, I think I can do a lot with luck. We're getting so many gems. I don't ever want gems from this gingerbread house again. I do want the Mercury just so I have a little bit of flexibility, though. All right, 36 crossbowmen. 115 gold, great. 16 griffins, cool. Looks like we gotta go all the way around. We will go. We will do it. And let's purchase everybody here. There's no sense in waiting if we're going to do the reinforcements. So from Mirror Haven, let's have King of Kings cast reinforcements, relocation. Let's go Mirror Haven and bring everybody in here. Very good. He's going to send everybody into here. And let's just upgrade into forces we've been thinking about, Stringers and so on and so forth. I'm not going to upgrade anybody that's currently out on the adventure map. Like, even if I could upgrade the cavalry or the light weavers, I wouldn't want to, because I want to be able to mix troops as efficiently as possible. We are out of gold. There were so many troops we've just left on the table there. That feels so bad. Maybe we can find, let's see, gold storage. Let's do that. I don't think that there's any other gold nearby that I can pick up. Yeah, that was kind of a one-time pickup there. There's a bit here. 600. Some free resources. Yeah, with 4,100 gold, at least that's going to give me all the Austringers. Most of them. We're up to 83. That's pretty good. So now Mary Elias does relocation. Mary Elias, what are you doing? No, did I break the game? Where's my UI? Did I cast the wrong spell? Mary Elias. Mary Elias. For some reason, the barrier, or like the boundaries is open. Oh, it's oh, that's right. It has a range. It has a range. Gotcha. There's a range. So he can interact with forces within this range, but I can't just automatically pull the troops from here to there. I'll bet the King of Kings is like higher power, higher ability, and so he can do better. I'll bet you that's what happened. But now how do I click off of this? How do I like disengage the spell? I don't know how I disengage the spell. I'm gonna do a quick save. Just so that way I can come back to this, but I think I'm stuck. Escape to disengage. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, one of those things that's not intuitive for me just yet. I wish it was. Well, how about this? What if I... Hold on. What if I did this? What if King of Kings goes to here, and then he goes from here to there, here to there? How big of a radius does he have? There's no other information here. Shift for more information. It's just straight up a relocation. Why can't Mary Elias do that with his spell? Oh, it's reinforcements. Oh, external dwelling. It's not relocation, it's reinforcements. Duh. Okay, my bad. My bad. Well, in that case, King of Kings is going to make his way down here as quickly as he can, and he'll relocate from there. That's fine. In that case, then, it's going to be Edgar goes out. Mary Elias is going to scout over here for me. See whatever he can find. And, yeah. Those two spell icons, they looked close enough that I wasn't thinking about it, and I only just realized how wrong I was. This is one of the enemy heroes' starting castles. It's maybe not their main castle, though. We will accept these results against Anastasia. Object is captured for free. Edgar's +2 knowledge. That's great. That's great. Whoa, they actually have upgraded this a lot. And so picking this up on day one is not a small thing. This is actually a really nice pickup. This prevents them from getting forces. This puts me in a nice spot. They've got a mage guild here. I do need the spell points. For 150 movement points, you just want to stay put here. I'm going to pick up the morale, and I'm going to head back so that way I can stay overnight in their level 2 mage guild. We'll pick up full spell points, and then we'll head up the road first thing in the morning. We're going to go wipe orange off the face of the map in just a moment or two. I think we can do this. I think we can do this. Okay. We're getting there, folks. We got no gold, so no purchases to make. That's okay. That's fine. Will orange come and attack us, though? Orange takes their turn with no issues. Let's just go. Let's just go. Okay. Okay. Aha, there it is. Alrighty. And this is going to be probably Orange's final stand. I don't know if their final hero is in this castle. I'm guessing that they've got multiple heroes on the map. But this should be a fight. Let's see how bad the losses are. This is great. This is totally acceptable. I'm still going to fight this fight just because I want to see what they have. Let's do this thing. Wow, they don't even really have a hero in here. They don't have much of anything. This is fine. Folks, we are golden. We are happy with this. I don't think I want to do much else. I'm just going to wait here for the moment. Take some losses from the turrets. I don't think I can prevent the losses. Let's take our shot to see if we can get in the castle. It's not clear to me whether or not my catapult actually damages a section of wall most of the time. That time I think it's for sure that I didn't, but still, again, it's not always for sure. Oh, 2 griffins, okay. All right. Good morale. Couple of raw shelf, couple of cultists. We'll defend. Take some damage from the little... Wow! Okay, I didn't realize that that's how those worked. Took some damage from the little crystal things. It just killed one full creature, huh? So don't step there. Got it. Okay, got it. I did not know that's how that worked. We just lost 1 Reaver for free, which doesn't feel great. We took Boreath, plus 2 additional knowledge. Yeah, and this is a really good castle too. We got 2 Schism faction castles. They purchased all the forces here. That's okay. But now we can get up to 6 heroes. I think that we just want to immediately hire somebody to just go out and do some exploring for us. Let's get Glassdoor. He'll take the knowledge, sure, but he does a great job of exploring. Any gold he picks up is lovely. Some Chillins guarding the desert. Wood storage. Maybe we can pick up this. Looks like we can. Good. And I'm going to move Edgar down because I want him to just wait here. I don't want the enemy to come out and grab me. We need to do some more exploring. Teleport. This portal looks like it's actually had the guards defeated. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we're definitely already doing better than we have done in previous playthroughs. That's good. Even if at this point bad things happen from here on out, I think that we all still recognize that FixFox is doing better than he has before. So my thought and my strategy and actually thinking about the game rather than just acting and exploring, actually strategizing, believe it or not, has actually led to some positive benefits. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? There's a Dragon Utopia down here for tons of nice artifacts. We should consider that. We should definitely consider that. At this point, though, I think I need to go for treasuries. Everywhere I can, I need to go for treasuries. So let's go here. We'll get the treasury in a moment there. Treasury's good here. For gold, we need the bank. For gold, we need just a little bit of ore here. Probably the same over here. Yeah, there's a resource depot from Mercury. Should I pick that up? That's actually going to give me... It's going to cover up one of my main weaknesses. I still need crystal, but I'm getting gems and Mercury at least now. Okay, treasury's up to there. So we are up to 27,000 gold a day. That feels like a lot. Feels like a lot. Expand brain. FixFox is improving. He's beginning to believe. This bothers me, folks. Training, long reach combat. Friendly creatures deal plus 5% and take negative 5% long reach damage. The Temple faction has no creatures that do long range damage or like long reach damage. We have ranged damage, lots of that. We don't have any long reach combat. I don't really know what this is for. Is there an upgrade? Does one of the angels have a long reach instead of a melee, maybe? I don't think that we have any long reach in the Temple faction, so this is kind of useless unless you just want to take reduced damage. I think you'd much rather do melee damage or ranged damage, etc., etc. Anyway. Oh, look, coinage reform. Sources of gold produce plus 15%. That's like 6,000 gold per day. Ooh. That feels pretty good, folks. Feels pretty good. We're going to end the turn. I think that I'm hoping I can see an orange player in just a second. Maybe they're going to pop out of here. No, nobody's popping out. OP, OP. It's too crazy. It's just too strong. It's just too powerful. You know what else is also too strong and too powerful? 4 dragons. I'll lose the Sun's Aegis. Easy battle here for this guard. I don't think I'm going to lose anything. I would lose a lot, actually. I'll accept that. At this point, the Griffin stack is so decimated, it doesn't even bother me. I will flag a couple of these dwellings, because I think that could be useful for me. I do think it'll be useful. But really, I'm just trying to head out here and find the final enemy. Metastilia the White. He's going to go down. It says it's going to cost me a dragon. I think I can do better than that. But folks, for the first time, is this going to be the time that I finally defeat one of my enemies? Completely and utterly, I wipe them off the face of the planet. This would be the first time if that's what is about to happen here today. And I hope that it's the case, but I just don't know. We got some really nice spells here. Anti-magics, vulnerability. Yeah. Snares. There is a strategy, I suppose. I've only got 8 spell power, so it's only going to do 140 points of damage. But there's a strategy, I suppose, where I could attack here with the dragons. And then I could firewall around myself. I can do my butt smush right here. Got a bunch of good forces. Kind of want to do that. Yeah, this will kill pretty much all your... Yeah, this will kill so many forces. We're going to do that. We're going to do a butt smush. Have no regrets about it. In fact, I'm still not even sure how I lost a dragon. That's a little bit crazy to me. We'll send everybody else down the battlefield just to try and protect our main forces. Reavers do oodles of damage. Wow, we lost a menacing Reaver. I guess that they're only 46 hit points. They feel like they're have more HP than that, but I guess that they don't. It feels like they should have more than that. I don't know. Okay, even with the good luck, the Dread Knights don't get too much damage off. And the Riders aren't going to do the damage. Where am I going to lose a dragon? Man, okay. Get a Shoth? Get 2 Shoths? Maybe the summons. Maybe it'll all be through summons is how they get me. Possibly. Could be. Thankfully, the Griffins have multiple retaliations, so they'll just clean up everybody that way. Take out all the cultists. Yeah. It was closer than I would like, and we did lose a Reaver. And a Griffin? Nope, just a Reaver. But I don't know how you're supposed to lose a dragon there. AI player lost. Orange lost the game. Orange is out. Folks, we did it. We did it. We took him out. The first time on camera, anyway, we have taken out one of our enemies. And I feel great about it. So my only hope is at this point is that blue and green are entangled somewhere on the battle map. Because if they're fighting, then that's always good for me. But at this point, I like where we're at. We're doing good. Yeah, let's go, everybody. Abyssal Executor, let's grab those. Inquisitors, for sure. I'm just happy. Bearded Man with the GG. We still got a long way to go, but we're at least up to this point, which feels nice, which feels really, really nice. Wynn says they griffined well. Oh, the Griffins are griffining so well. Could you imagine not being a Griffin that griffins well? All the other Griffins are giving you the sidelong look, being like, dude, what's wrong with you? It's just like in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. They all didn't appreciate him for what he could do and what he could be. Anyway. A little bit of a tangent there, but that's how we do it around here. Tangents. Tangents are the spice of life. Tangents lead you to deeper thoughts. Because don't tell me that the guy that thought that you could make chocolate out of cocoa beans wasn't on a tangent when he arrived at that idea. And if we didn't have that, hey, humanity would be much worse off. Not even just a little bit worse off. We would be much worse off without that discovery. So let that be a lesson to you all. It's a good idea to make sure that we are being thoughtful. Thoughtful with our advancements with technology. Okay, yet again, we're out of gold. We spend gold like nobody's business. Oh my goodness. But well, there's still 39 and 23. We're going to wait one more day before King of Kings pairs forces. Before he does a relocate. Should I just get to here? I think he should. I think he'll relocate as he gets further along. He's just going to trail my main hero. Now it's time for a 2-hero tandem. A griffin that does not griffin well. No wings, lion head instead of an eagle, and eagle's lower body. Would love to see it try and walk. I'm sure it would do a great job. Ooh, that's scary. Folks, what do we think? As we take an ore mine and a sawmill, do we think that Orange was easier to defeat because they were the Schism faction? Do we think that certain factions are not as good for the AI to take, like the AI struggles with certain factions more so than others? I wonder if that's not just a possibility, I wonder if that's a probability. Because surely there's going to be some that they just do better with. I think that we all recognize that, I mean, that can happen. But, I mean, is that the case? If this was a necromancer, for example, would we have lost immediately? If it was a dungeon hero, would we have lost immediately? I really don't know the answer, but I'm kind of interested because there might be something to that. Might be. Tomb of Vigilance, there's something over here. It's too far out of my way. I don't want it. I'll take these creatures, though. Oh, did not mean to purchase them. Did not mean to do that. Nope. Nope, did not want that. But pretty soon we're going to go through this desert area. Rather than go in this direction, I'm going to hope that I can clear out whatever's in the other way. Yeah, whatever's in this desert, that's kind of the direction I want to go. I think. I think so anyway. Mary Elias, I'm going to set him up for hero chaining troops to the front, just in case King of Kings gets tired. I don't think he will, but he could. Still marking neutral dwellings. Not really wanting to purchase anybody at the moment, but I do want to mark these. Okay. And then let's continue on working on the gold. So we're up to a treasury here. Resource depot, I don't think it's necessary. Oops. Treasury, nope, we already got that. Treasury, good. Good, very expensive, but I think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to go into walls right now. It's day 4. I do still want to get into angels. I'm going to save a couple of resources at the moment in these Schism faction castles. Yeah, in fact, it looks like it's just not nearly as necessary. Pick up an additional 2 mercury per day. I will do that because I just don't see a lot of precious resources on the map. I think. I theorize that Matasala from the Schism can be built pretty OP. She's got tactic speciality and initiative speciality. If you build morale on her and get something like mass haste, she can get her enemies or her units on the enemy in 1 turn, while the Schism shooters all stand back without problems due to their specialities. That's really cool. I like that strategy. I like that idea. I'd love to see that. Love to see that in action. Because the theory makes sense. Do you remember back in the day when people used to talk about theory crafting as if it was a bad thing? Maybe it's like a fever dream. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it feels like back in the day people are like, well, you're just theory crafting at that point. It doesn't actually work. Which, I mean, theory crafting is how we find any nice things that are worth our time, I think. So your idea of saying, well, let's take a look at this. Is this possible? Will this work? I'm very interested to see how that works. I got a feeling it will. I will accept this result. Because if you don't even know what opportunity you should try, how do you know if it's going to work or not? How do you know if it's going to work or not? 6,000 gold, very good. A couple of these creatures, good. More cultists. The enemy did not even clear their area super well. I mean, I suppose I didn't clear my area super well. Look at all these dwellings. Look at all this. There's 2 Mews up here. Swordsman. It might be Clarissa's job to clear all this out now. Really might be. Mary Elias, somebody's got to explore over here. I know I talked about sending him back, but I do think that King of Kings can do a lot of reinforcement without any other issues. It kind of solves all my problems. We will go for advanced economy with Glassdoor. He's going to give us not smuggler, master builder. I'll take the smuggler at this point for the +1 gems. And then yeah, let's have King of Kings sit here. We'll be ready to ferry troops to the front. Very good. It's hard. It's not that hard to set up, but it might be a bit more of a snowball thing, requiring you to max out tactics first, then a couple of skills, and for your army to be somewhat matched to the enemies. That would make sense. So you would definitely want to have a high initiative creature to kind of get the ball rolling, wouldn't you? And that wouldn't be hard though. Like, it's a fairly low barrier to entry. There are some strategies that if you try for the strategy and you miss here in Olden Era, like you just missed and you feel horrible because you put all your eggs into one basket. That sounds like a strategy where it could be exceptionally powerful, but if you miss, it's like no major harm. Like, it's not the end of the world if you try and you fail. It feels a little bit like with Edgar that we tried and failed, right? Like, we took some secondary skills here that I don't think I would otherwise have tried for, but we were trying to go for Paragon, and now I feel kind of sheepish. I feel kind of bad because it just didn't work out that well. So I don't know. I think that any strategy that could have a high effect with a low opportunity cost is always going to be worth the effort, worth the time. So yeah. I'm excited to see some of those consistent strategies, things that from game to game you can consistently make happen, because I think that those are going to be what players tend to gravitate towards. But I also appreciate that there's those like Hail Mary touchdown passes where it's a super powerful strategy that you definitely have a chance to miss on. I'm really glad that those are in the game. I'm glad that there's mechanisms in the game that are both consistent and also high powered and high opportunity to fail. I think that that's actually a really good game design, because then no game is going to be the same from game to game. You never know what you're going to get, and you almost never know what you're going to do. Maybe the hardest part of any game design is making sure that your player doesn't just get sad because they're like, oh man, here I go again, trying to play the exact same game I've played 100 times before. Like, you got to give the player some flavor, and I think that having some of those crazy strategies that they could pan out or they could not, I think that those provide that flavor. I think that they're a really nice thing. I don't think I ever captured this. I defeated the Guardians. I never captured that. That's a bit disheartening, actually. But look at Clarissa. She's already up to 84 of these crossbowmen, soon to be Austringers. She's going to have a big fighting force in just a couple of days. She's going to be excellent. King of Kings is waiting. Mary Elias is carrying on his merry way. 2 gems, yay. Campfire, cool. Glass door. Yeah, Glass door is he's just chilling. Yeah, he's just hanging out. I do want him to pick up any more learning stones that we find, though. Yeah, because, I don't know, if he gets up to expert, then that's more alchemical dust, and that's useful for me. Anyway. I don't think she's like, you put it in can't go wrong, but whatever the tier is below that, with a high tendency for a highly skilled player to make a lot out of her. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, something fairly consistent, but also, yeah, I like that idea. I think that's, tell you what, I do still need to do the tier ranking video for, we've done Dungeon, Necropolis, Temple, and now we still need to do Schism. But I think I need more time with Schism before I put out that tier ranking video for the heroes that you'll find in the Schism faction, because I really want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. That's really pretty important. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when people say, hey, you misread this or you didn't understand this. I'm grateful that I get to improve. That's very, very important to me. But it does feel bad when I'm like, I missed an opportunity there to be even better. Okay, encouragement. The chance of friendly creatures making an additional turn increases by 1% for each point of their morale. We're going to take encouragement. This is very, very valuable to me. Not once, but twice. Because Edgar did just pick up the leadership, so our creatures are going to have high morale anyway. Why don't you have morale? Dragon? Oh, morale range is 0 to 5. Yeah, why don't you have morale? Anyway, but anytime our creatures could get morale, they're going to get the opportunity for even more. I think that that's going to be exceptionally useful in the late game. I really do. I think that's going to be useful. Day 6. How close are we to the Radiant Forge? We just need the crystal. We will get the crystal. We will trade for the crystal. We got a couple of marketplaces at this point. Is there anything else we need anywhere else? Hippodrome, tell you what, I will spend the time. I will pick up the Hippodrome. We'll still have the resources for the Radiant Forge in a moment. Here, though, I guess I could get the Mage Guild now, and then first thing in the morning I could get the Sundrop Chapel. It will mean I need to spend some of my crystal. Let me make sure I've got marketplaces everywhere. I got one here. Here. Not here. Okay. And then off we go from there. But Wynn continues on. Because she always is good no matter what, with the high initiative and tactics maxed later in the game, early on she's got no real special perks, I suppose. That's kind of how she plays. Average early, guaranteed that her bonus is good late. And again, I think that that's a valuable feature of a hero. Yeah, sure, I don't have a high ceiling, but I am very consistent. I think the consistency really does matter. Heck, even as an adult, just in real life, would I rather be consistent from day to day, or would I rather have some really high highs and some low lows? Heck, The older I get, the more I prefer the consistency in everything in life. And especially in a strategy game, especially if it's going to end up with us playing player against player. I think that that's going to be a thing for sure. I am bleeding griffins at this point. That's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Circuses, we will pick them all up now because we've got our secondary skills. We just want to max them out. And we've only got the one more to max out, so we're not too far away. Hero of Legends. Enemy morale reduces by 1 in battle. Ups and downs. I don't really like ups and downs. It's unintuitive to me. I don't like it. But Resolve. This effect is doubled if we know Battlecraft. We do. Friendly creature's chance to take an additional turn increases by 1% for each point of morale. We're definitely taking that. 1000% we're taking that because that's going to be super good. Super good. Now, at this point, we've cleared out this whole starting area minus like a few little bits. I don't know. I think we might be good to kind of carry on from here. It's probably time to hit the desert. In just a moment. Just a moment, we will hit the desert. Traveling circus? Sure, why not? Okay. Mary Elias, though. To the south, sir. Southward and downward, and leftwards and rightwards. It's like the elevator from Willy Wonka. It can go sideways and northways and leftways and all the different ways. Those are some books I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's about time I get back into those so I can enjoy them with my kid. It's about time. Edgar, we want to do damage with, sure, but remember his speciality. So for every level, right now he's at 5% for every 3 levels, or 6 heroes, 6 levels. He's giving 35% of his attack and defense over to his forces. I think that we're good to take either attack or defense here from our faction laws. I don't think that's a bad deal. We'll take the +2 attack and try and round him out just a little bit. Monty Hall, looks like that's an artifact there we can pick up. And I think I will clear out this point of balance. I kind of made room in my army for it. Did I not pick up the Radiant Forge? I'm so silly. I'm so silly. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine. Fine. At least we recognized our mistake after it was too late. That's the best time to realize your mistake. Is the best time to realize after it's too late? Yes. Runestone Shard. All tier 2 spells available to the hero. I love that. Let's do that all day, every day. I don't care about the losses anymore. This army is kind of done what it has to do. Yeah, these losses are acceptable. 1 Sentinel. Good trade. Very good trade. And then, yeah, let's head up to the front here. And it's going to be a couple of times. So we need to do our reinforcement spell a few times. So let's do it like this. Let's start over here. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. This is where all of our upgrades are. So we want to pull forces into that area. Yeah, there's not a ton here, but there's enough. I think that we're going to hire a hero here. So we're going to purchase all the forces we can. We're going to hire a hero. Let's make it Old Lord Mandal. I like that guy. He just looks like a real trooper. Looks like he's seen some stuff, man. Looks like he's seen some stuff. And he'll grab griffins along the way. Down the path. And Clarissa's almost there as well. She's going to ignore these forces that we already picked up once. But I'm going to try and trade for something nice. Let's throw in this little group of creatures into the pot. What do we get? We gamble and we get 16 unicorns. That feels like a lot. 16 unicorns. The unicorn is such a cool unit. I love the unicorn. This is the first time I've seen them in game. It was just, I think it was just announced a moment ago. Look at the unicorns. Look how pretty they are. Unicorns are so pretty. These look just like the Heroes 2 unicorns, and I love it. Oh, I love it. They don't really fit into my army, but I love it. Casts blind upon the target, preventing all action. The effect ends when the target takes damage. So they're a spellcaster. That's sick. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Well, we're going to put all of our forces into this castle. Because remember, we're going to reinforce them to the front. Can you tell that I'm thrilled about this development? This feels great. Guardian Griffins, cool, cool. And yeah, might as well just purchase everybody. Go for it. We did it. We still got gold. That's amazing. It's amazing. We're hiding. We're hiding. Larissa's going to go see if she can grab these additional forces and bring them to the front in just a second or two. And then, yeah, as soon as these creatures get to here next turn, maybe it'll take more than one turns. Old Lord Mandel, can you reach? Looks like he can. Then, yeah, King of Kings will hire from there in just a moment or two. And we're going to finally get all these forces to the front. We will do this thing. We will absolutely do this. We'll go back to here, grab the forces. And then Claster can maybe hand these off to Clarissa before he goes and tries to get golden experience. Okay. Mary Elias is continuing on his merry way. 1,000 gold, 1,000 gold. I will wait to use his reinforcement ability, but this is what he's for. He's for this sort of area where there's all these little neutral dwellings and such. He'll pick those up when he can. I'm going to send King of Kings to go check out this mercenary guild real quick. We will pick up the Austringers because we're going to have a big unit of them. Lightweavers as well. That was a really nice mercenary guild for me. I'm good for that. And then before I forget, folks, let's pick up the Radiant Forge. It is a day late, but we will pick it up now. We will be happy for it. We'll get the Threshold Basilica at this Mere Haven Castle as well. Continuing to grab quality creatures all over the place because resources are not a problem. And I'm assuming that blue and green are attacking each other to the death. We should be able to actually finish this scenario in the next like half an hour maybe. It sounds like that's way too short of a time, but we might be able to do that. If we can, then, I mean, they're probably fighting. They're probably going to be weaker. I think that if they're fighting amongst themselves, we've already fought our difficult fight, and we will be able to show up at the last possible second before anybody else has a chance to cause us any amount of grief. Any amount of grief. Wynn says, think Heroes Might Magic 2. How valuable in the late game would you find having your creatures act first, attack the enemy turn first, and shooter's always dealing max damage in a safe area? You're completely correct. Like, being able to go first is always an important thing, and so for that reason, it's one of my favorite things about Olden Era, is that we specifically get the opportunity to look not only at speed, but also initiative. I think that initiative, when it was introduced into Heroes of Might and Magic as a series, was a very important and very good moment. I think it's critically important that that gets its time and attention for how good that is. So yeah, definitely there. And SBGG's in the chat. What's up, man? How's it going? Hopefully you're doing very well. It's good to see you. Great to see you. Beardman says the unicorns are so wild. A bit weird how they aren't part of the Sylvan faction, but I'm glad that they look so good. I want them in the Sylvan faction. Sylvan faction without unicorns feels bad. It feels bad. This is the first time I've seen a unit and I say to myself, they should be included somewhere else. Like, they need to be included in the game. I'm glad that unicorns are in the game at least. I'm going to be that person. I'm going to be an a-hole. They should be in the Sylvan faction. I don't know who you kick out. I don't care. Unicorns and the Sylvans go hand in hand. Whether it's preserved from Heroes 4 or like in Heroes 5, whether it's Heroes 3 for Rampart, whether it's Heroes 2 for Sorceresses, whether it's Heroes 1. If you were in a faction in Heroes 1, oh man. So it's the first one that gives me any heartache. It's the first one. But I recognize that you have to make tough decisions when you're playing a game, or rather you're making a game. So I appreciate very, very much that the devs are still doing so many good things. I really appreciate it. I don't want to complain, so I'm going to stop. Alrighty. That was a big relocation. Holy kittens. We're going to confirm that. Holy buckets, we're going to confirm that. Because we're going to go into the desert in just a second, let's just send all these forces up to here. Yeah, we'll send all these forces up to here, so that way we can relocate again if we need to. We never picked that up, did we? Okay. Lord Edgar, it's time for you to head out into the desert. We got forces waiting for you. Go and check it out. There is a circus here. I do want the upgraded secondary skill. One dragon? You're kidding me. I almost just hit accept. Could you imagine how devastating that would have been if I just hit accept? Golly. I think if I just hit wait and let the enemies come near me, I think that's all it really takes to win this scenario without losses. No. Sentinel of Glory, 400 hit points. What if do I have, let's see, healing water, blessing, just do a weakening ray. That's all you gotta do. Do a weakening ray, remove the counterattack charges, and then, oh, look at this, no more losses. Weird, weird, but it feels good. Yeah, no retaliation here. We just got the good luck from the dragons. 52, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Just amazing that it thought we would lose a dragon, that's all. And Wynn says, it's not a bad thing though, because they're neutral and they don't affect morale as badly. So you will be able to use them in more armies than just Sylvan, unless I'm wrong about morale in the game. So you're coming at it from the perspective of, hey man, everybody likes unicorns. And if everybody likes unicorns, everybody should get to use them. That is acceptable. Yeah, because they're so cool looking and because they're so fun and because they're so great. Yeah, okay, all right. I love that you have found the silver lining. You have found the silver lining, and I can actually sleep at peace tonight because of what you have shared. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Where the sun never sets, plus attack, defense, and spell power, plus or march for the initiative. I love initiative. I think that Edgar, again, he scales well with the attack and the defense. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. 14, 19, 9, 16. Maybe just the creatures get it. Oh yeah, just the creatures get it. So it doesn't scale like I thought it does, but oh well. I'll still be happy. I'll still be happy. All right, Edgar, go pick up your forces. It's time. It is time. Oh, and Wynn did say that the unicorns have the greatest mohawks. I like their mohawks. I like their mohawks. Let's make sure we are going to get the Radiant Forge this week. Let's make sure we have at least all the prerequisites. With 190 alchemical dust, we've got a lot of upgrades we can make. We've got a bunch of upgrades we can make. But unlike in other Heroes games, like in Heroes 2, it costs double the cost of the upgrade if you want to take a troop from base level and upgrade them. That's not so the case in Heroes Olden Era. Not the case in Heroes 3 either, for that matter. But you do have to pay to upgrade the forces, but I don't think it's more costly, or at least it's not nearly so punishing to have to upgrade them that way. So I'm happy for it. It makes it seem like alchemical dust, you can just have the one upgraded dwelling somewhere, and so long as you have access to it, and so long as you can get troops to the front, you're not going to be punished for trying to just go off of only one dwelling. Which I do appreciate. I do think that's probably the most correct thing. Unicorns are in. Cavalries are in. Sentinels are out. Griffins are in. Lightweavers, there's so many Lightweavers. Oh my goodness. This is not easy. 242 Sun's Aegis. Are you really going to leave them behind? I'll leave them behind for the cavalry at the moment, actually. Just for their defensive capabilities. Yeah, you're leaving the Sentinel behind. You're leaving the Reavers behind. 23 cavalries, that's a lot. But at least, I mean, when they get upgraded, they're really good. For now, I think that you want the Sun's Aegis. I could be wrong, but I think I do. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Okay. We'll go with defense now. And folks, this is a very scary army. Lord Edgar, 4 dragons, 16 unicorns, back to 170 of the griffins, 325 of the Austringers, 28 of the Inquisitors, 242 of the Aegis, and 60 of the Lightweavers. This is a good army. As far as artifacts go, is there anything else we need to pick up that we need to put in place? Runestone shards, that needs to go in. That definitely needs to go in. Here? Yeah, that needs to go in there. We still have, I think we're up to 4. Yeah, we still got the Pauper's Glory going. That's fine. Nightshade magic spells, I'm okay with that not being increased at the moment. That could go in place of the vulnerability spell, I suppose. I don't know. I still think I might use vulnerability. Head torch, might use that in a little bit. We'll see. Rare ring. I want to keep the wooden ring on for sure, and I do like the Quiet Eye of the Dragon at the moment. I don't think that spell points are going to be that important for me. I think that this is fine. I think this is fine. With this force, folks, let's have a nice chill time as we attack some chillins. Ah! He's not something I would want to face. Yeah, Edgar is looking like a boss. But let's not lose 2 dragons. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to continue to fight every single fight, and that does feel bad. Looks like our Austringers are only killing 25 of the chillins. Jeez, 135 HP. Like, these are strong combatants. But these are good enemies to have to deal with. And kill 19 here. I think I'm gonna do a... Hold on. For the first time, are we gonna get to use our unicorn's blind ability? Blinding attack, blinding strike. So you cast blind on the target. So you do have to be in range. That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna wait here. I don't have enough focus points. I'll do a quick energize. Dragonflight to here. Oof. Kill 4 to 5. I think I might lose a dragon here still. Let's just do a weakening ray to make sure there's no problems. Heck, at this point, I just don't want to lose a dragon. Good morale. Nice. Down to 22. Unicorns. I don't trust that they're not going to... I just don't want to lose any. We'll lose a Temple Griffin. Yeah, 12 swordsmen. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm just so scared. I'm so scared. Don't lose me a dragon, eh? Don't lose a dragon, eh? Love how the unicorns are almost as big as the dragons. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Pretty cool. Do you want knowledge, spell power, or attack? I think I could use more knowledge, that's for sure. I could definitely use more knowledge. Then again, I scale with attack. So I'm going to go with the attack for the moment. Okay, on we go. Twilight Bloom. Never seen this before. Gold and valuable artifact. Okay, okay. Aqualotls. Maybe I can get these guys to join me. But then I have to upgrade them. That's kind of unfortunate. Okay. King of Kings is going to follow up, though. His whole job is to bring forces from the rear as much as possible. Maybe do a little bit of scouting for me. Mary Elias, I'm just going to keep him there. Clastor, a little bit of a job wandering through. Old Lord Mandel. He was going to go see if there's anything good here. Not really. So he will wait. Look how many griffins there are. 16. It'll be 24 in a couple of days. And then let me get up to Radiant Forge ×2. Let me get up to the upgraded Radiant Forge. Cost us a lot of our alchemical dust. And I need a Sundrop Chapel. We're going to get 3 Radiant Forges in the same week. Maybe not. Maybe it's not in the same week, but it's all pretty quick after all. And this whole time when it's not my turn, I'm keeping an eye on the mini-map right up here. I've got just enough vision that if the enemy comes in that direction, I will know it. I don't think I'll run back and try and get them, but I will keep an eye on that. These guys do want to join me. I'm just going to refuse. I'm just going to attack. I'm just going to accept this. I feel bad. I want them to join me, but I just don't have room in the army at the moment. There's a Pandora's box. None of these fights are hard at this point. -1 initiative to legendary creatures for a head item. I'll give up. Yeah, I'll give up the Hopper's item for that, I think. I think so. We'll destroy these guys. Oh, let's avoid losses. 12 and 12 with the Hive Queens and the Hive Mothers. So these are the upgraded versions. They are not going to reach me this first turn. We will wait. We do have the focus charges where the unicorns can do a blind if they need to. Golly, we just destroyed them. Holy cow. The Strangers took out the entire stack. I do want the unicorns to fight. We're gonna wait. Can you reach? Yeah, they can reach. I'm gonna let them get on a... Whoa, I didn't realize this. Look at this. Uh-oh. 50. 50. I wasn't looking at turn order. I'm so used to my 13 initiative dragons being the fastest thing in the battlefield. They're not. The Hive Mothers were faster by a lot. Oh, goodness. What an error. I just didn't think it'd be a problem. Whoa, we almost lost a dragon. I say almost, because it didn't actually happen. It could have happened. Do I have to? Yeah, you actually have to attack with your horn to do the blinding strike. So the unicorns are out for the moment. There's no initiative on these Hive Mothers. I feel really bad about this. Ugh, that was just so silly. It was just not necessary. Not necessary. 50. You lost 50. Oh, disgusting. -1 initiative. Well, we're never going to make that mistake again. And then because of that, you might as well get rid of the coin? No, the rope belt. You want this flask instead. All negative effects on friendly creatures last for 1 round less. That's definitely better. We got all these artifacts we could disenchant. I'm not going to do that at the moment, though. I just don't need it at the moment. Mythic Magic Scroll spell. Do I already have Dimension Door? Yeah, I've already got Dimension Door, so it doesn't really matter at the moment. Just kind of wandering through. fighting fights, losing everything, misclicking every which way. Holy Sigil of Urt gives the sub-skills for defense, primal magic, and recruitment. We don't have primal magic, defense, or recruitment, but this could still be useful for King of Kings. He could make good use of that. Hold on, you know what I just realized? King of Kings is really good because look, he can town portal to my starting castle here, and they could just town portal again. Why doesn't he just town portal back to here, and then when he's needed, he'll just town portal back up here? There's always going to be a castle. Okay, there's some logistics here that we could improve on. We just realized, I think we just realized that. Some free forces. What are you? Oh, those are Murmurmancers. They're just not what I expected. They just didn't look right. Radiant Forge 2. I'm not going to get any upgrades here. I think I need a Radiant Forge here, though. I do, but I'm short a little bit of gems. Crazy. We'll wait for the first thing in the morning. I do want walls, though. Look at that. Do I need walls in this other castle? I think I do. Yep, walls 3. Okay. And I'm just going to leave the Schism faction turrets alone for a while. I think this is a one hero mode at the moment. I think that this is just one hero mode until the new week, and then I'll do a little bit better of a job of getting my forces collected. I say that, and then I think to myself, look, I got Mary Elias. Let's send him up here so he can use his his abilities over there a little bit more. Easy fight, destroy them. Let's battle. Bearded Man says, I love doing these. So here's another fact. Aegis originates from the ancient Greek Aegis, which means goatskin. Goatskin was often used for shielding. So Aegis also means protection in many cases. That's cool. I love that. I love the Greek root words. That was one of my favorite things that I learned as a young person. I think it was like probably 5th grade, I think. That was probably when we did our big unit on Greek prefixes and stuff. Because, heck, we use that all the time. And if you don't know what a word means, but you can kind of piece it together based off of the Greek prefixes, then, hey, you're having a really good time. Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully, hopefully you continue with these. Not again! Why do I suck so bad? I don't need to lose any of these forces. Why am I so bad? Okay, +1 attack. And folks, people go to the Dragon Utopia for the first time. It says it's a normal battle. That's actually pretty good that they think it's only gonna be this bad. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, keep those coming because I really love those. And it's not something that's intuitive to me like I wish it was. So let me know what's going on. I'm always interested. Keep it up. Keep it up. Wow, Fix Fox Wife says, so terribly bad. Just gonna walk home in shame now. Sad. Wynn says, that's the power of great initiative and speed. Now imagine that for a whole equally sized army with the max speed. Yeah, no, you're completely correct. Completely correct. Did y'all just see my Griffins kill 2 full stacks at once? Unlimited retaliations? No, Temple Griffins have unlimited retaliations, but geez, that was nice. I'm gonna use the unicorns here. We're gonna find out how good the unicorns are. How many do I lose on this retaliation? I lose 5. Feels pretty bad. Well, Griffins will get some additional damage off here. My unicorns are going to attack in just a moment. I'm going to use my Solar Flare ability here. Yeah. Lots of dragons go down. 2 to 4 from my Aegis. And because there's no retaliation here, I'll attack right here with the Stringers. Yeah, the losses are not great. If I'm being honest, the losses are not the way I want them to be, but it is what it is. Oh, look at this. What's this? That feels delicious. Let's do that every time as often as possible. Good stuff. All right. We get a Chitness Shield, Crown of the Supreme Magi, Holy Sigil of the Second Man, and Orb of Destruction, not to mention 25,000 gold. I think this was worth it. So, +12 defense, -4 attack. I am going to put that in. I'm definitely going to put that in. 8 knowledge. Better than the enemies having -1 initiative. I will do that. Orb of Destruction. Heroic Strike deals +1 damage per each... No, we're not doing that. Not doing that. Everything else looks fine. This is good. This is good. But what was this? Holy Sigil of the Second Man. While worn, grants all unlearned subskills for offense, summon, avatar, and siegecraft. So there were some unlearned skills for offense that we didn't have. For example, we took the 15% bonus damage for ranged attacks. We now have the plus 15% bonus damage for melee attacks. That's awesome. And then Unstoppable Force. Yeah, okay. There's some good ones here. I wish that there was a way in-game to click and see what those sub-skills are. If there's artifacts there for that, it just makes sense that I'd be able to find out a little bit easier. So, oh, enemies want to join? I wish. Goodbye. We'll pick up Julius, the hero. What's up, Julius? Oh, I don't have enough slots for him. Ah, that's sad. Bye, Julius. Best of luck. +1 attack. We'll take it. I guess I could go back and get him. I'm not going to do that. Overgrown Vori Ruins. Gold and resources after defeating the guards. Let's do this. Losses are immaculate. Wow, this is a lot of sentinels. I didn't think it was going to be this many. Let's fight this fight. And Wynn says, essentially what's happening in this Dragon Utopia. Yeah, they all got the chance to go first. And so if you can get the chance to go first, you're going to be better off. So maybe like a Masterful Initiative spell, a Masterful Early Start. There's a hero that has Masterful Early Start. I just haven't found them to be particularly good, if that makes any sense. Just haven't seen that to be particularly good. Where is the... Ice Bolt will reduce an enemy creature's initiative by 2. Is that going to help us out here? 11 down to 9. Unicorns have 10. 7. No. I think I'm just about to take a bunch of damage. Are there any creatures I should increase their initiative? No. Should I do Vengeance? No. 325 points of damage, that doesn't even kill a full sentinel. I think that you're best off in this case just doing a Unnatural Calm. Negative 15% damage is actually significant. So this one, we will cast the Unnatural Calm. Dragons will do their damage over here. We killed one. Didn't lose a dragon in retaliation. There's a little jump that we get. Oop. Will they attack the dragons or the Austringers? Ah, like I thought. That's good. At least the unicorns look on in awe. Horn ability. Why do you get to retaliate despite the horn ability? What? Did you see that? I used my horn ability. Cast blind upon the target, preventing all actions. The effect ends when the target takes damage. But you have to attack. Why weren't you affected? What's wrong with you? Gains magic immunity. Yeah, but you don't have any of these special things on right now. Magic creature, melee. Because they're a magical creature, are they immune to the blind? And it just doesn't tell me that? Why did the Sentinel of Glory not get blinded? This is an active ability, so I could see why this would be the case, but it's an active ability, so you can't just... It's not like a passive. It's not always there. I'm so confused. I don't know why the enemies didn't get blinded there, but I attacked thinking that they would be blinded. Oh well. Unicorns, Strangers, can't keep anybody healthy. 80 alchemical dust, though. I'm okay with that. Carapace is best. Oh, that's so true. Carapace is such a good spell. It's such a good spell. In fact, like when I think about how I rank certain primary and secondary skills and how I rank the schools of magic, I think that there's a lot of these use cases that you got to consider, because like arcane magic for me is third. It goes for me daylight, nightshade, arcane, and then primal magic. Those are how I rank the 4 schools of magic, which is how I feel about it. But arcane's got rewind time. It's got carapace. It's got some really impressive spells if only you will use them. If only you will use them. So, yeah. Primordial Chaos, I'm not going to do that. What about this? I've got an idea. Hold on. What if we Primordial Chaosed these units into something that was Temple Faction, and then I diplomacied them into my army? Would that work? Nope. What if I did it again? I can do it once a day. Okay. Well, I think I just made them stronger. I'm gonna let them run. I don't even want to fight them. Folks, we did it. We found Blue. What's up, Blue? I'm gonna take your castle. You can't stop me. And now, so long as there's walls here, which there are, if you attack me, I think you will lose. Best of luck, dude. Best of luck. AI auto battle even tells us who's going to be focused in a fight like this. Yeah, I've been trying, if you've noticed, I've tried to click through a little bit faster so that way I can't tell who's about to be attacked. I just feel like that's better. It's better for you, it's better for me. If I rely too heavily on the auto battle to tell me how a fight's going to go, then I'm not learning for myself. I won't learn in the best way possible. Iron Master. Artorias Veritas. Show me what you got, buddy. Show me what you got. Okay, Blue is being crazy. They stole my thing. Are you going to attack me? They do attack me. It says we're going to win. Let's make this go even better, because I think that with the castle walls, we're going to absolutely obliterate these guys. I think we shall. So Artorias Veritas, he is the masterful berserk specialist, but I don't know how well he's going to be able to use that here, to be honest. He's only got 2 abyssal overseers. He's got nobody. He's got nobody. I should go out and attack this guy. Tower salvo. I don't know if this is the AoE tower salvo or not. I'm just going to attack the raw shell. Okay, so it's not that. But I kind of want to just do a butt strike there. I will do my left attack, right attack. Whoops, right attack. Yeah, but I want to get the damage off. The binders are probably going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Not quite positioned correctly. I should be closer to the bottom so I could just butt smush over there. I'm very concerned about what his first spell is going to be. I don't want to fumble this first turn. Anti-magic sounds good, doesn't work. Because I don't know what creature he's going to want to do that to. If it was me and I had Masterful Berserk, I think I would do it on the Guardian Griffin, hoping that they attacked the Austringers. I don't know, maybe I just cast the anti-magic. But then again, maybe he's going to focus on something else. I'm going to play defensively. I just want to make sure that the Griffins don't cause me any grief. I'm going to wait on the Dragons. Let's see what they do. So they attack the wall, not once but twice. They opt for a buffing spell for their own forces. Okay. And the spell is Energize. Okay. Energize. So initiative is up. Cool. Good to know. Unicorns, I'm just going to send out. I just don't want them to be... Oh, okay, we could attack. I mean, we could kill one of these guys. Unicorns are fun. They're fun to have. They're fun to play around. I love them because they're so cool looking. Tactically, I think it's going to be time for me to get rid of the unicorns pretty soon. So let's actually send them out. Maybe that'll be like a peace offering, so the enemy will attack them and they'll leave everybody else alone. Maybe. We'll see. Aegis, okay, we're taking our damage. Even the damage from their ranged forces are not that tough. Yeah, that did take the damage from the binders, which I'm okay with. Down to 130 of these griffins. I do think that the Austringers want to not use the fine bolts. We've got a really nice spot here for the butt smush. Gonna kill so many of the binders. So many of the riders. I will move my ground forces closer to the fight because I don't think these enemies are coming out of the wall. And rather than stay behind, I think I just want to go out and attack. I think I want to go do damage. Kill most of the stack of the riders there. Time for a big old butt smush. Get out of here. It's so dumb. I love it. Okay, my turret shots. I just killed their whole stack with a turret shot. That was crazy. Oh my goodness. The game is fun when you when you have this sort of stuff happen. This guy is gonna get to go first, so I gotta attack him. I don't think I can kill the full stack unless I do a heroic strike. At that point, though, you kind of want to save the focus points and do something else. Maybe I do a fireball right here, so that way I kill that one other guy up there. Now I kill the full stack. Almost killed the concubine. Oh, I get the good morale though. I don't know. I think that the guardian griffins can attack those guys. How many do they kill? 203? Yeah, we'll kill 203 here. We didn't kill as many as I thought I would. We'll defend. We'll defend. Does he run? What are you gonna do? You're just gonna summon people? That's gross. It's not even that good. What are you doing? Okay. And with the light weavers are gonna finish off this fight. The losses are fine. Easy peasy. Yeah, no worries. Losses are good. We even made room for... Oops. Where's he going? Come back here, small fry. We even made room for future forces. Why is this castle got the wrong flag on? This is my castle. Didn't I pick this up? I got this one, I got this one, I got this one. Did I never actually step into this castle? I can't believe I never did that. That's crazy. Okay. Where did Edgar go? Okay, there he is. Hello, Edgar. Well, I can go up and fight in that direction, or I can go and make sure the enemies don't get behind me. I'm going to opt to do that. King of Kings will come up with a resupply in a little bit. Losses look great. But yeah, I'd prefer just to end these forces before there's any problems. Let's, for the first time, use a dimension door. Hello. That looks acceptable. Let's go back to Scalebane. Hello. And now I'll continue on up the road. Oh, we're almost to Tolketh. It's gonna be a little bit scary for somebody to deal with. Not me, but somebody. Yeah, and I think that the game is, I don't want to say the game's over, but it feels like at this point we're just rolling over people. Clarissa's gonna grab these forces. It's day 7. So on day 1, she's gonna bring all these forces up to the main temple faction start. And there's a bunch of them, by the way. She's gonna bring all these forces there. I think I'm gonna have King of Kings. I think I'm just gonna have him over here. No. He'll be right there. We're gonna let go of somebody. Who's in the worst possible position? I think it's Mary Elias. Mary Elias, it's time for you to go. You've been a good hero, but I need somebody that can bring forces from here to there first thing in the morning. I don't know why I dismissed him. I had plenty of slots available. My bad. In that case, then, how about I just wait for tomorrow? Yeah, but we're going to have all plot points converge over here. Old Lord Mandel, I know I talked about him being over there. I actually need him over here to help facilitate that trade, because most heroes can only get from like here to here. Yeah, and I need somebody to help facilitate this trade. Especially with the class door. Class door can help. Okay, we will hit end turn. Blue player runs right by me. Not once, but twice. They do not take that castle. But it's day 7. They've got no forces. I don't know where green is, but green should be... They should have thought about what they were doing with themselves. Okay. Full forces. Excellent. Go to here. It's going to be class door that's just going to step to here. Swap. And swap. Uh-oh. Old Lord Mandel is going to bring these forces in. He's just going to send everybody over. No, he'll just do a swap. All right, so King of Kings is right where they need to be. We've got all these forces now. I gotta move people manually just because I've got upgraded griffins here and I don't everywhere else. We're gonna move all these forces up into this area. For now, we're gonna just keep the Austringers back. And then King of Kings is going to do an awful lot here. We need to dismiss, dismiss, dismiss. Let's focus on full upgrades. I still don't really want to upgrade here, though. I can upgrade the cavalry, though. Yeah, I can upgrade the cavalry without any cost to me. We're going to go with noble cavalry. Okay. And then let's, one by one, upgrade everybody. So it's going to be into Sun's Aegis. It's going to be into Stringers. Temple. This is a question. So I don't know which is better, Archangels or Hypothesis. Archangels are more the full damage at any range, but they do have a melee penalty. Devouring Chalice dispels all positive effects from enemies and puts them on themselves. Okay. Hypothesis. These guys are more duelists, so these guys are just more damage dealers. I think that this is going to be easier to use. Maybe not funner, but for now we're going to go with these guys because they're just more closely related to what I expect. So we're going to go for that now. And yeah, it's going to be here and here. Full forces. And we got all this gold remaining. We are unstoppable. We are unstoppable. Okay. King of Kings is coming up with a massive force. He's going to immediately come back to Scalebane with the town portal. Where is it? Oh, you got to scroll down. Oh, cool. For the first time, we have to scale down. We've got too many forces. That's great. And rather than bring Lord Edgar back to deal with these guys, I'm just going to have King of Kings fight these fights really quickly. Wow, how are the losses so bad? We got to fight this fight, apparently. Okay. Bearded Man says, it just feels so good to make your dragon defeat 3 enemies by landing on them. Goomba Stomp Win says, haha, rest in peace, Mary Elias. It didn't even have to be that way. It's so sad. And then Silvavesh is back in chat. Hey, nice to have you here. One click to hire all creatures. Yeah, I do like the one click to hire all creatures. Sounds pretty good. Don't forget to hire from this town too. I wonder if I did. I might have. We got 9 angels. I don't think I forgot. I might have. I'm not sure. How did we lose? It looks like it's going to be spell power. It looks like it's going to be a couple of like umbral grips or something. What can we do to prevent this from happening? How can I prevent my forces from taking a beating? I'm going to move the noble cavalry to here. Well, okay. Okay. So they cast the black hole spell. That was 400 points of damage. A lot of losses. We're going to run down the battlefield as quickly as we can because I do want to make sure that we're fighting these guys. I'm even going to go into melee range with the Hypothesis. So that way we can maybe take a retaliation when they attack me. Hopefully. Griffins, hopefully they're kind of doing the same thing there. Oh, that's right. These guys can fire. These guys have this ability. Nimbleness can perform a ranged attack even if they're adjacent to an enemy. So they can actually look past my Griffins or my Angels there. So that was a mistake there. And now I'm sad because we didn't even use the Rangels. That's the whole reason why we have the Rangels, is so we can use the Rangels and their Rangel abilities. I feel so sheepishly sad. We missed out on an opportunity. Okay, well, we did take the 400 damage from the black hole times 3. Okay, all right, my bad. My bad. I don't think that any of my heroes could have stopped that, though. I don't think Lord Edgar could have stopped that. I think that was just the way it was. Okay, we'll fight here. Losses are still bad. Still bad. Oh my goodness. But I don't want Lord Edgar to slow down. This is actually their new main hero. I didn't realize that this was their new main hero. So for the first time, we have a secondary hero fighting their primary hero. And, I mean, looks like we're on the right track. I think I'm going to eat another black hole in just a second. Yeah, just not good. Twilight, not really going to be helpful. I guess I could Twilight the Mistress of Chains so they can't do their ranged attack. That'll be useful anyway. I'm not sure what that spell was. That is Arena's Touch. +1 initiative, plus 20% max HP. Good spell. I like Arena's Touch. All right, Rangel time. Let's go, Rangels. 2030. Dead. Dead for a ducat. Good morale. We're going to wait on that. And the Austringers are going to get full damage off. Let's do... Let's see. The Rift Arbitrators already did their damage. I cannot kill one Sentinel of Glory, although I'd like to. Somebody's got to deal with the Shoths. Yeah. It bothers me that there's Shoths and then Agashoths, like Agashoth Riders. Like, I can't just shorten it down to Shoth. One of them needs to change their names. I'm not here to tell anybody who that has to be, but one of them has to change their names. It's the law. It's the way it is. Griffins are in. We'll take some damage. That's okay. Good retaliations. Very nice retaliations. Happy for that. Okay. Okay. And yeah, even the Noble Cavalry are going to get into this fight and be very effective with their turn. Looks like the Sentinels are going to take full damage from these Griffins as well. Very good. Very nice. These Griffins are awesome. Go, Griffins, go! Go, Griffins, go! Look at the positioning. That was insane. That was wonderful. I don't think I could do that again if I tried. But this is the power of the Temple Griffins, because the Temple Griffins have their Loyal Protector ability. They have been keeping these Aegis feeling much happier than they otherwise would have been. Good job. Who's a good Griffin? You're a good Griffin. Made me sad. I just remembered my in-laws had a dog named Griffin. Best dog ever. Best dog ever. Then there was Ollie. Ollie was my best friend. Ollie was the man. Actually, he was a dog, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, Griffin was just like this older dog. He was very well trained. He was the best puppy in puppy school back in the day. Yeah. Now I made myself sad. Oh well, it'll be fine. Now that's griffining properly, Window Hella says. Yes, that is. That is griffining properly. Peak griffining, in fact, I must say. Great artifacts. Great artifacts. I'm good for it. Golden Pig. Holy Sigil. Hold on. Holy Sigil. Take a look at that. Leadership, Insight, Diplomacy, and Tactics. So all of those secondary skills, sub-skills, I like that. Keeper's Ring. Okay. Okay. Slippers. Golden Pig. You got to get that in. Free gold. Earth's Rage. That Earth's Rage is actually maybe kind of nice. Nicer than I thought it would have been. I'm going to do Second Wind. And then a Dimension Door, just so I can get to this Edgar fellow. Oh gosh, and then I ruined it. But yeah, I'm going to put this enchanted scroll. I want Earth's Rage, just in case our next castle we fight is just like a little bit too tough. You never know. You never know. We'll keep that for now. But I don't know. Do you want offense? Or do you want leadership sub-skills? I don't have insight. Yeah, I think we'll just take this. Oh wait, hold on. Sir, what are you doing? You need the forces. Pull them into your army. At this point, the 21 cavalry, are they better than anybody here? I don't think so. I think yet again, cavalry are being left out. It's crazy. It seems completely unintuitive to me. How is it that cavalry are not one of your prime fighting forces? What is that? Is that an abbey? Oh, it's a cultist spire. I just saw it through the fog of war and I had no idea what that was. Oh, there's a green enemy. Marl. It's Marl. Let's do a Second Wind. We'll defeat Marl. No problems. I'll accept this. And then it looks like Marl and somebody took this castle here. Good castle? Yeah, good enough. +2 knowledge. Folks, we are cruising. We're doing this. We're doing this. I'm gonna have King of Kings. Whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna have King of Kings head back. What the heck? Did King of Kings just interact and get the +2 knowledge, even though he wasn't actually in the castle? I think he did. Hold on, we can discover this pretty quickly. Nope, he's already been there. That won't work. What about here? Great Library. I'm gonna construct the Great Library. So King of Kings is highlighted. Huh, that's so weird. So he picked up 2 knowledge the first time I did it, but not the second. I don't know how to replicate that. That was interesting, though. That was very interesting. Alrighty. Elite Inquisitors. Sure, at this point, why not? Why not? On to a new day. I do need to back out. Where'd you come from? Oh, she's back. Sister Dira's back for blue. I don't know. I think the King of Kings can probably take her down. She does not look like she has many forces. We have Boreath not too far away. Let's just go to Boreath with King of Kings. Let's have him pick up whatever forces are here. There's a bunch, by the way. Here and here and here and here. Yeah, I think that this is probably enough to defeat Sister Dira. It is. I'm just going to accept these losses. Yeah, these losses look great, actually. And I guess that actually means that now King of Kings ought to go in this direction and just figure out what's over here. I don't want the enemies to get too much of an advantage on me just by going through the fog of war. So we've taken out, I think that this was blues. Yeah, blues starting area. The green was pressuring them that way. Losses look acceptable. Losses look acceptable. I'll even lose the 2 dragons. I don't think that this fight's that big of a deal. We'll take the +1 defense. Fish to the face. Okay. Okay. But if that was their main hero and I was just able to click right through it, that'll be kind of surprising. I'll be happy for it, but we'll take it. The Reavers want to join us. I don't know. I think that the Reavers might be better than the dragons. 2 dragons at this point. I think that that's better. I'm going to pay the gold. We're going to let go of the dragons. We're just going to accept this, and that feels weird, but we'll go with it. 5,000 gold, that didn't feel worth it. All right, but here's a castle here. They probably came through the green portal. I don't know where the enemies came from. Let's head up in this direction, though. I have to pay attention to the adventure map. Aha, because sometimes a blue hero will just pop out of nowhere. Let's have King of Kings can go track that guy down. Auroras? Oh, we're out of spell points. We need full spell points on you, sir. Is there a magic well anywhere nearby? There's a blue, well, fountain for that. +2 knowledge, cool. I think it's the dungeon faction's got a building that will allow you to pull all your mana. You'll get full mana. It looks like we just need to stay here overnight. Wait, was there a mage guild here though? Level 1, level 2? Yeah, level 2 mage guild. Okay. In that case then, I am going to purchase, it looks like 29 forces there. So many. So many. And then whatever I can afford here, all of them. Okay, good. Well, let's just see where blue goes. And then Lord Edgar is not going to try and return. I will deal with this guy with my other hero. I do want to go wage war against green. So it looks like we're doing a pretty good job against. Losses are fantastic. Green enemy hero. This guy looks not that tough. Should be pretty easy. Yep. But up the road we go. Another green castle. And now at this point we're just cruising. Folks, are we unstoppable? We might be unstoppable. Blue just wanted to take a free castle. Interesting. There's got to be a castle down there that I haven't seen yet. Okay, another hero goes down. Up the road. Roads lead to castles. Okay. And King of Kings now has 2 enemies he kind of wants to handle. I think the best thing to go is to go to Auroras. Wow, that makes me sick. See the camera skitter about like that? That actually does bother me a lot. Losses are fine. Expert defense. Territorial advantage. No, firmness. Ignoring damage is never bad. We'll go pick up this over here, and then we'll just assume that this blue hero can't steal anything just yet. We'll go grab them in just a moment. I will get this Vengeful Strike, and we're going to get Elite Angels. Skipping a lot of our turns. We do lose the Roshoth there. Ugh. That makes me think that blue does not have any other castles really remaining. If they're just wandering around like that, that just makes me think that they're being silly. I'll do Gate of Light from here to there. Go grab this guy. Oh, it was only 1 skeleton. That's not too much. That was maybe a bit of a waste. Go to here. Second wind. Down the road, on the road. Dimension door to here. Acceptable losses, acceptable losses. Okay, alrighty, and King of Kings is doing a great job. Thank goodness I got this secondary hero that's doing so well. Bearded Man says, it's called Heroes of Might and Magic for a reason. You can't expect to have a hero of good might and mediocre magic to perform excellently against a hero of mediocre might and even better magic. I think that that's a fair way of putting it. And so when we're talking about the value of these secondary heroes and like how some of them just feel like they are struggling more than others, like, yeah, I think you're completely correct about that. These heroes, I want to use 2 heroes very effectively like I do in other heroes games. I don't think like I'm doing a very good job of that. In all honesty, I just don't think I'm doing that good. We had 2 levels just sitting there, I guess. And we just leveled up here again. Maybe it leveled me up in anticipation of me walking in. Folks, we just took the enemy's main castle. Yeah, this is like their secondary castle over here. I think we're gonna roll through this direction a tiny bit. I will cast Second Wind again. Just so valuable. And did we see anybody else? No, not yet. We're gonna see another blue player over here. I feel like we will. Let's see what's on the map. Okay, 1 green player just up the road a tiny bit. Black dragons, no losses. Acceptable. It's good. It's fine. What about here? Oh, there's a new starting area over here. Great. And folks, we did it. AI player green has been defeated. We are happy to say goodbye to you, sir. And now we just have blue remaining somehow, which is actually really nifty because it felt like we were absolutely ready to defeat these guys first. It felt like blue was about to go down first, but folks, this is going to be for the first time in forever. FixFox is going to successfully complete a scenario in Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era on camera, other than like a tutorial and stuff. This feels great. I feel great. Because all we got to do is find 1 more blue player wherever they are, and once we do, we just win. We just win. Their power is broken, and we did it all through the power of Clarissa with her basic to advanced to expert economy, picking up the +1 wood and ore per day, not to mention the alchemical dust, so we could get the Austringers. It worked lovely for us. So I've got no complaints. I got no complaints about any of the ways that all this worked out. Love to see more of this over time, and I'd love to see how we can actually defeat this scenario without relying on a hard economic start. Because really, at this point, the hard economic start, this is the strategy that I've determined will be very effective for me. There's got to be another one out there. There's got to be other strategies I just haven't quite considered yet. Where is this blue guy? Is he up here? Is there like another castle? I don't think there's any more castles around here. Not that I know of anyway. Okay. Here? Where are you, dude? Aha, there he is. Alrighty, finally. I think that the enemy was waiting for a final day to pick up a castle, but unless they're up this road, they've got to be up this road. There's got to be 1 more castle in this area through the lith. Where does this lith take us? Okay. Pops out twice, just saying hello. There it is. I'm amazed. I'm very impressed with how much the enemies were able to get through the entire adventure map. That was very, very, very impressive of them. Very cool. Very cool. And we did it, folks. We did it. We did not get the chance to stay on an end screen and just like bask in our own success. But it took about 4.5 hours on that FairNSquare playthrough, and it was a full hour on the first week. The first week is the most important, of course. But I think if you get off to a good start, then you can see at the end we were just clicking through. We were having a really good time. That was really effective. I had no complaints with the way that went at the end. No, that worked out well. Chris says, wow, you're still here. Not for long. Not for long, I'm not. I'm here for now. Not too much more. Money, man must be astral projecting. Apocalyptic steamroll. 51 Reavers. Yeah, the 51 Reavers. I do think that was better. I think the 51 Reavers is better than the 2 Ashen Dragons, so that felt pretty good. But yeah, CV, yeah, we were in the mop-up phase. We cleaned them out. We got them, everybody. Folks, we got them. Yes, the upgraded Bird's Eye spell, CV says, could allow us to see enemy castles and heroes. We should have upgraded that. That would have been a more succinct and concise way of finishing up the scenario. Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll do that next time. That's what we'll do to clean this up in the future. So thank you for that. Chris says, well done. Glad you caught it there at the very end. And win with GG. Good game, good game, good game. All right, folks, that was a success. And I'm very glad that it was a success. And yeah, I'm happy for it. Happy for it. And I'm looking forward to now moving on to another template where we can figure out other things that can be done. I do still plan on doing the Schism faction video. that will rank the different heroes that you'll find in the Schism faction. I gotta tell you, it's much less of a ranking and it's much more of a discussion about the heroes and their relative strength and value one to the other. But still, we'll do that video as soon as we can. I'll be looking very, very much forward to that. And in the meantime, I just want everybody here to take very good care of themselves, to look out for them, and look after themselves and their friends and their family, because if they don't, who will? Because that's what we do around here. That's what we do.